Good morning and welcome to the live stream today for day 8 of Diddy's trial. The trial is underway at the moment. It is 10:08 Eastern Standard Time. So the trial is underway. The special agent Gerard Gannon is still on the witness stand at the moment. So we will get into what we are being advised of from people within the courtroom, and also there's a CNN feed that we'll use to kind of try to understand and get better context for what exactly is happening today. Originally, it was thought that Kid Cudi would testify today, but from what I saw in the notes prior to court starting, the judge was advised that Kid Cudi would not be testifying today. Something was filed late last night, a little after 10 p.m., by the prosecutors to advise that he would not be testifying today, and they didn't give any information for more than what we have access to anyway to say exactly why that was. So we're still expecting Kid Cudi to testify. He just will not be testifying today. So we know that, again, the special agent is currently on the stand. So we'll go over that testimony. There's supposed to be an expert today also testifying who is going to really be speaking to DV and trying to give, I guess, the jury a better understanding of the impact of DV. And so I know there has to be other witnesses too that will be coming forward today. They are wrapping up now at 3 or 3:30 p.m. Prior to last week, they were wrapping up around 5:30. So we know there should be additional witnesses. They are being very protective of the witness list because there have been concerns raised about potential tampering with witnesses. So whereas we would ordinarily know in advance who is going to be called to testify in a trial in most instances, in this case, we're not allowed that information. So I think before we get into the testimony, because I'm trying to get them to have a little bit more that they're reporting out from the courtroom, so we won't have so many pauses. I thought I'd talk with you all just a little bit about the expert Don Hughes, who is supposed to be testifying today. Now, she is an expert witness that previously testified during the Amber Heard and Johnny Depp trial. So she will also be testifying today in the Diddy trial. She's a clinical and forensic psychologist, an expert witness, having been involved in high-profile cases. She also testified as an expert in abusive relationships in the criminal trials of NXIVM founder Keith Raniere and singer R. Kelly. So Hughes is expected today to testify during the sex trafficking trial about why victims in general remain in relationships, how victims cope in such relationships, why they engage in delayed disclosure, and the effect of trauma on memory. The judge previously ruled that Hughes cannot testify about certain topics, including the idea of coercive control, nor can she speak to the credibility of the accusers in this case. So Hughes is she's board certified in forensic psychology. She's based in New York City and specializes in the assessment and treatment of interpersonal violence, traumatic stress, and anxiety disorders. Combs' defense previously indicated they would call their own expert, forensic psychiatrist Dr. Alexander Barty, to counter the government's witness. Barty previously testified as an expert witness for the defense during the 2022 trial of Kevin Spacey. So I guess we will be seeing a battle of experts during this trial, and that's not abnormal at all. The prosecutor will put on an expert that supports what they're trying to argue, and the defense then will put on an expert that will support what they are trying to argue. And then the jury will be tasked with deciding what they believe, or what information they want to use to impact their decision. So at this point, a couple of updates too from what's happening this morning. Again, the special agent Gerard Gannon is still on the stand, and I'm going to jump right into that testimony that we're getting so far from him. Oh, I want to say that I have been very frustrated by the evidence or the testimony from the special agents. At this point, it may get better. So I'm trying to be patient, okay? But I'm a bit frustrated because the first special agent, she wasn't on the stand that long at all, but when she took the stand, my expectation was that we were finally going to start getting to more details around the criminal organization that Diddy is being accused of having. So when she got on the stand and she pretty much just testified to what they found in his hotel room, the Hyatt, where he was before he got arrested, and she testified to finding baby oil and Astroglide. They found drugs. There was evidence that there was a woman staying at the hotel room. And that, in essence, was her testimony. So I was like, okay, I was expecting something more. So the special agent who's on the stand now and started yesterday, he also at this point, the only thing I would say has stood out in his testimony, because his testimony too has primarily been about finding drugs and Astroglide and I started to say olive oil. Oh Lord, baby oil. And it was also about finding platform shoes with 4-inch heels. And so I'm like, y'all, when are y'all gonna start? We need the information that I'm assuming you all must have to press the charges that you have. We need that. We need y'all to start talking some in that direction. And the only thing I would say that he did talk about that I thought, okay, maybe that's something, is when he talked about the guns that were found that had the serial numbers carved out. Because at first he was just talking about they found guns, and I was like, okay. And it is Florida. So I mean, okay, so the guns, I don't know, did he have illegal guns in the state of Florida? But when he said the thing about the serial number being carved out, I said, oh, okay, that's something, because we know that's illegal. But now tying that crime back to what he's being charged with. So still just not seeing that. Still not seeing that. And I heard another content creator say that the judge asked the question about when would the testimony be getting more towards that area or getting more towards those direct charges. I have not seen that, so take that with a grain of salt. But if that's true, that the judge asked the lawyers about that, good. Good for the judge, because yes, we need to start at least moving in the direction of showing some evidence that connects to the criminal organization. If Diddy was being charged with domestic violence only, it's a slam dunk. I mean, with the videotape alone, it's a slam dunk, right? But he's not. So, yeah. So just hope we see more today from this special agent who's on the stand. But what I do know the agent has testified to so far this morning, and the jury also saw this morning photos of high heel shoes from the closet in Combs's home. Okay, uh, the special agent with Homeland Security in charge of the March 2024 search of Combs's Miami Beach home shared the photos of a sex toy and a pair of red high-heeled shoes that Gannon says was found in a master bedroom closet in that home. Gannon pulled out the shoes and displayed them to the jury. Y'all, please help me understand how that is going to support charges of sex trafficking and racketeering. How? About 18 pairs of platform high heels were recovered from the home. The special agent testified to that. And to that I say, okay, we know Diddy is a freak. We know he has a lot of kinks. We know that his kinks, I think, go beyond just normal kinks. I mean, if there's any such thing as a normal kink, I've never said those two words together, so I don't know. But I do think that I'm like, okay, so what does that prove? 3 cell phones were found inside a Balenciaga boot in the closet. Okay. The special agent found drugs in a Gucci bag during a search. So the special agent testified to that in the closet, there was a Gucci bag that contained an assortment of pills, white powder, a crystal rock-like substance, a plastic straw, a $100 bill, and other items. Special agent Gannon said that the powder and the residue from the straw tested positive for cocaine and ketamine, according to a stipulation read in court. A bottle of eye drops found in the bag tested positive for MDMA and ketamine, according to, again, the stipulation. So, okay, still waiting. The jury sees more photos of items found during the 2024 search of Combs' home in Miami. The images shown in court included photos of boxes filled with bottles of baby oil and personal lubricant that were recovered from a closet. 25 bottles of baby oil and 31 bottles of lubricant were found in that closet. Okay. In the master bathroom, agents found a box adorned with a gold plate bearing the inscription Puff. Gannon testified to that as well. MDMA and capsules containing the active ingredient in mushrooms were recovered from inside the box. The jury saw photos of the narcotics and the box in the bathroom. Okay, so again, the special agent this morning is still sharing the things that were found in the Miami home. We have high heel shoes. We have a variety of drugs that was found. We have a 45 handgun that was found. A loaded 45 handgun was recovered from a suitcase in a room in the property's guest house. On the witness stand, the special agent held up an evidence bag filled with bullets recovered from the firearm. Okay, still, and this is why I'm frustrated with the special agents when they testify, because at this point, you're not telling us, outside of the guns you found that had the carved out social security, not social security numbers, serial numbers, you're not telling us about anything that was found that is, one, illegal, and you're also not connecting for us as special agents. What did you find at the home that supports the racketeering charges and the sex trafficking charges? So that's my frustration with the special agents, because we're not there yet. We're not there yet as far as what is being sent to us. So at this point, that pretty much at a high level wraps up what the special agent testified to today, when the prosecutors were questioning him, and he's being crossed at this point by the defense attorneys. So 6 people were at Combs' Miami Beach home when the search started. The special agent says 6 people Okay, we're at the Miami Beach home when the Homeland Security Investigation agents arrived. A music producer, a property manager, and other facilities personnel were put in handcuffs for law enforcement to identify and search. Gannon, who was the special agent in charge, confirmed that in his testimony today. The music producer was not identified by name. No weapons or paraphernalia were recovered on any of the people found at the home at the time. Okay, so there again, I don't know. I don't know, y'all. I don't know. I'm saying we because I'm not alone in this from what I'm seeing, reading, and hearing from other people. We are trying our best to remain patient because this is day 8 of an 8-week trial. But by the day, especially when you have witnesses now post the Cassie testimony, it is becoming, I think, more and more something that is being talked about in the media. And I mean all levels of media, not just content creators on social media, but mainstream media as well. The noise is starting to get, I think, a little bit louder around where is the evidence to support the sex trafficking and the racketeering charges. Now, when I hear people say this, I want to be very clear. There is a group of people saying this who they are in the free puff camp. You see that, right? But there are other people who are saying that who are not in the free puff camp, who are just really wanting to see the evidence because they don't feel like they've seen the evidence for the charges that he's actually been charged with, which doesn't include domestic violence. And there's also a group of people that really, really, really want this man to go to jail. They want him to go to jail. They feel as if they've seen enough. They don't even care about any other evidence at all because they feel like what they do know is egregious enough where he deserves to go to prison for some length of time. But some of those people are even like, don't mess up this case, prosecutors, by not bringing forth the evidence you need to bring forth for the charges that were given to Sean Combs, and he ends up going free. So you see, it's kind of a little bit all over the place. From people just having different takes on it, as you imagine they would in a case like this that is one so high profile, so multifaceted, so much nuance and different highly sensitive situations going on here, from DV to kinks, and it's a lot. It's a lot. So I don't know. I am hopeful that we will see sooner than later evidence that is connected to the racketeering and the sex trafficking case. Every time I think we're getting there, it just feels like we don't get there. But I don't know. I don't know. Maybe this is the prosecutor's master strategy. Maybe that's what's going on right now. But it feels like there's a lot not happening right now that should be happening. So I'm going to check and see what we might be getting from the live feed on X for all of the lives for the Diddy trial so far. I have been following the thread that is posted by Inner INNER, City Press. Um, the journalist associated with this thread is inside the courtroom, and he has been posting, uh, trying his best to post like verbatims as close as he could get, I'm sure, of what's happening in the court throughout the day, who is saying what. So always want to give Inner City Press a shout out. I'm using him. Many other content creators are using him. Some mainstream uh, media outlets are also using what he is providing in these threads. So just always want to give Inner City Press a shout out for that work. And just know that I do think when we're looking at the information on Inner City Press, let's just keep in mind that it is somewhat abridged. So we that's why I go back and forth between the CNN update and just to see how we can better flush out what's happening in the court. 1 minute ago, CNN updated that the special agent confirms AR-15 rifles found in Combs's closet were dismantled and unloaded. The defense attorney, Tenny Garagos, asked Special Agent Gerard Gannon to confirm that 2 AR-15 rifles recovered from a closet in the master bedroom were dismantled and not loaded when investigators found them. So, again, we're just hoping. Well, I can't say we're hoping. I'm hoping. I am hoping that at some point in time, we do see more solid evidence supporting the racketeering and sex trafficking charges. So I think I'll switch over now to the X thread and get you all up to date on what else has taken place with the testimony. Let's see. And please thumbs up the video, the thumbs up this live. Leave a comment. I would love to have comments, and I thank the folks who left comments yesterday. And also, if you're not a subscriber, please consider subscribing to the channel. I appreciate your support. Okay, so I am going to start with what the prosecutor was asking Special Agent Gannon. How do you know, prosecutor, that this is the Astroglide and the baby oil that you seized? How many bottles of each? Special Agent, 31 bottles of Astroglide, 25 bottles of baby oil. Prosecutor, any other cell phones found? Special Agent, yes. And then the prosecutor shows an exhibit with something for the special agent to look at. The prosecutor said, was a gun found in this suitcase? The special agent said, yes, a 45. Prosecutor, hold the bullets up for the jury. No further questions. Okay. The defense started the cross, and the defense said the day of the search, you knew that Mr. Combs was leaving the country with his twin daughters, and there is an objection and a sidebar. Okay, after the sidebar, the defense attorney picks back up and she said, in planning the search, you knew that none of the targets of the investigation would be there. Prosecutor objects, the judge overruled. Special agent replies, the plan was to have him not there, but we had contingencies. Defense attorney, what type of vehicles did you use? Special agent, armored vehicles. Defense attorney, and a boat come in by land and by sea? Special agent said it's a common practice. Defense attorney, 80 or 90 agents? Special agent said not all at the same time. So I think what the defense attorney is really trying to show here is that it was overkill in their opinion when the special agents showed up at the Miami home. So they're really pointing out that you all showed up at this Miami home with armored vehicles. You came in by land and sea. Okay. You also came in by boat, and that you also came with 80 or 90 agents. And the special agent is saying, well, we didn't all come at the same time, maybe, yeah. So I think the defense is trying to just stress you all knew, because the special agent testified to this, you all knew that the Combs family was not there. You all knew that because the special agent testified that they knew that before they went there. They also drove an armored car through the gate. So they broke the gate, and then all of this. And so, yeah, the defense is trying to present this was overkill. All right. So let me also make sure I'm sharing with you all now the screen that I'm on with the X thread. Uh, so you all can follow along if you should choose to do so, or you can just sit back and listen. That's totally fine too. So here we go. Just sharing the screen. All right. So the defense attorney then said, you found 6 people and kept them in handcuffs for an hour? Special agent said, no, ma'am. There was one individual who wasn't happy with us and wasn't cooperating, so we kept him in handcuffs longer. Defense attorney, because he wasn't happy with cuffs? Defense attorney said, there was a music studio in the guest house, right? Do you recognize this? Special agent said, yes, ma'am, it's the studio. The defense attorney then moves to admit it's a photo of a mixing board, keyboards, and love and jewel script over it. Okay. While Agent Gannon is still on the stand, there is a courtesy to enter. Okay. So that's just getting artwork. Interesting. Interesting. I guess that is supposed to be Diddy right there from the artwork. Okay. All right. So let's go on with what the testimony is giving us at the moment. So the defense attorney says the gun was wrapped in a towel. It didn't look like how you displayed it to the jury yesterday, right? The special agent said, yes, ma'am. Defense attorney, did you find any photos of Mr. Combs with these firearms? The special agent said, we did not. Okay, I think now I wonder if that is the defense attorney trying to like dismiss some of the rumors that were in the press after the raids of Diddy's homes. There was so much in the media and probably it was a little bit mainstream media, but it was a whole lot as far as content creators just talking about what they took out of their home. And there was so much speculation around what they took out of the home, like videos, photos, and there was assumption that there was going to be very explicit materials within photos and within video. So I guess what the defense attorney is doing here is just trying to make sure they call out that out of the things you found at the home that you rated with overkill, again, the defense's position, you didn't find any photos of Mr. Combs with these firearms. Did you find any photos of Mr. Combs with these firearms? Because you can read that in two ways. You could read that as, did you find, which would be weird, did you find any pictures like with Puffy holding the firearms? That could be how they're asking the question. Or they could be, in addition to the firearms, did you find any photos of Mr. Combs? Either way, the special agent replied, we did not. Defense attorney says, do you agree that handguns metal is easier to get fingerprint than maybe another type of device? The special agent said, I can't say if it's easier, but it can be done. The defense attorney, can you get prints off of a gun easier when it's inside? Uh, the special agent said, I think so. Okay. The defense attorney says, at HSI, this is the agency for which the special agent works, You have Mr. Combs's DNA, right? The special agent says, I don't know. Defense attorney. When he was arrested, the government took a DNA swab, right? Special agent said, I don't know. The defense attorney holds up the Gucci bag. So, yeah. So I think one thing that the defense's line of questioning will support for the people who are observing this trial and the people who I talked about earlier who are like, if you have evidence specific to racketeering, sex trafficking, the whole RICO thing, can we see it? I think like this line of questioning of the special agent and the feedback, the responses that we're getting is going to just further kind of ramp up that dialogue. Because yeah, it's just we just want more and we're not getting more right now. Um but for the record, I am not on the free puff side of all of this. And it's not even one side is this and one side is that. This is like a octagon. There's so many different sides and so much nuance. I'm definitely not one who wants to see free puff or say, I would never say free puff, or one that's advocating for that at all. But I do feel that they need to show evidence for the charges that he's been charged with. I do feel that. And I just feel like I'm beating a dead horse with that one. Like, I just don't feel like we're getting that, or we're not getting that at this point. So let's see. We have okay, well, CNN has indicated that the special agent is available for a moment. Hopefully you all can hear me fine now. I have no idea why that happened. We are not experiencing any type of storms or anything at this point. So I don't know why that happened, but we're back up and running now, or so it appears. Let me do a quick check to make sure that we are up and running fine. So, yes, if you're stopping by to check out this live, please give a thumbs up to the live. Please also leave a comment. I would love to hear from you all. I would love to know, what are you thinking at this stage of the trial? And if you are not a subscriber, please consider subscribing. I do kind of a mixed bag of things on this channel. Not all so heavy like this. This is really my first attempt at doing live streaming. So I appreciate anybody who is checking in and supporting the live stream, even if you're rewatching it. But please like the live stream. Also, give me some feedback. I appreciate all feedback as we continue moving through what we're going through on this trial. So, again, I think the defense has wrapped up with the special agent, but let's wrap up where he left off with saying the defense holding up a Gucci bag. So the defense attorney said the drugs were in this bag and in Puffy's box, right? And the special agent said yes. The defense attorney said, Your Honor, I am going to introduce a sealed exhibit with the help of IT. May I approach the witness? The judge said yes. And then the prosecutor said, cut off the screens. We can't see the exhibit. So the defense attorney said, please don't say the names of the people in this photograph other than my client. Don't talk about it. Prosecutor say, may we confer with counsel? The judge said, you may. Who are the people in the picture? Now you got to be curious, like, who are the people in this picture? Okay. The deputy say, we may take the sealed exhibit down. The defense attorney says, Agent Gannon, you live in Florida. Don't many people have guns in their homes there? Prosecutor objected. The judge said, rephrase. Do you have guns in your home? The special agent said yes. The defense attorney said no other questions. I think that was actually brilliant. Because if you are going to be on the stand, a special agent who is a part of the human trafficking division in Miami, right? Then we're expecting when you come to the stand that whatever testimony you have will definitely be testimony where we could say, there it is. There it is. We are finally getting there. There is the testimony that we are starting to get to support these charges that have been put up on Diddy. So when the defense attorney, as it relates to the guns, especially the 45 that was found at Diddy's Miami home, because like I said, the guns they found with the serial numbers carved out, I'm pretty sure that's illegal. I don't know if they have a charge on Diddy for that right now. Maybe that's one of the charges. But that doesn't tell me you're running a criminal organization. That doesn't tell me that the serial numbers that have been carved off of these guns, that means you're sex trafficking. It just doesn't, those dots do not connect. So for the defense attorney, I think it was smart of them to say to the special agent to mention that basically we're in Florida. And in Florida, you know how the laws work in Florida, especially around guns, right? And so when she asked the special agent, do you have a gun in your home? And he said, yes. And she said, no further questions. I thought that was a great way to end. Where's the evidence? Look, y'all. The judge then asked the prosecutor if they wanted to redirect. The prosecutor said no. And now they're calling the next government witness, who is the Dr. Don Hughes that we discussed earlier when I shared with you all what her background was. So she's the one who's on the stand now. So let me tell you, yesterday, day 7, I left day 7 frustrated. And I was frustrated with day 7 because, yet again, I felt like we got a lot of information that we did not need. We had some information that almost made me sick to my stomach when they had the escort, aka the Punisher, on the stand. Then we had a personal assistant up there. Well, while I found him to be very entertaining, and I think he brought a little lightness to all of the stuff that's being discussed. I didn't hear anything that I could say, okay, we got something here to support these charges. Right. So I left yesterday, day 7 of this trial, just extremely frustrated that we're not getting there yet. The special agent started testifying yesterday, and outside of him just, talking about the numbers that were carved out of a gun, that was the only thing that really caught my interest. Everything else was like, okay, we've heard it before. There's baby oil. There's Astroglide. There's platform shoes with 4-inch heels. Okay. There are drugs. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. We have heard that now more times than I can count from different people. So we are fully on board. We got it. We got it. Okay. There's some freaky, kinky stuff going on. Some of this may not have been consensual. There's a ton of drugs going on. There are some guns people got, but you're not saying the guns were used on like these employees who are testifying, where they were threatened or whatever. None of that. So I'm just still struggling with. Come on, y'all. Now, don't get me wrong. I do think I've seen a couple of things, right? The extortion of Cassie's parents for the $20,000, I thought that was a big deal. I still think the videotape of Cassie and Diddy at the hotel, the infamous videotape, considering that he's not being charged with DV, I still think it could be very important to sex trafficking, because at the time that domestic violence took place, there was also a freak off that was happening, right? So I could see that being used. So, there's things like that. There's the other testimony where people are testifying to what they saw happen with Cassie, whether it's Don, as I've learned now, is Richard and not Richard, because I was calling her Richard all day long on my live stream. But Don Richard, her testimony started out strong out the gates, and then, if you ask me, it fell apart when she was crossed. Cassie's best friend of 17 years, Carrie Morgan, I thought she did a really good job on the stand. I thought she came across, from what we were getting out here, it seemed as if she would have come across really well to the jurors. The only thing in her testimony that made me raise an eyebrow, that's probably neither here nor there with the jury, was when Carrie Morgan said, at times she hoped they could work it out because she thought they really loved each other. I'm sorry, that I raised the eyebrow. Like I said, probably neither here nor there with the jury. But if I watch my friend get beaten by this man multiple times and run in the woods trying to get away from him, and a big bruise on her head, and he's coming to the apartment that we both share, and bamming on the door with a hammer, and then it got to a point that not only was he assaulting her, he assaulted me, because that's what Carrie Morgan said. He hit her in the head with a wooden hanger and choked her. I do not know, after all of that, how you ever could say You know, I wish they could have figured out how to work that out because they really loved each other. That I raised an eyebrow to. But again, I don't, that's probably neither here nor there with the jury, but it is strange. So if we kept moving in this trial right now, and of course, very much so related to anything connected with these freak offs, or and from the perspective of there are freak offs, just from the when there's testimony from this point forward, that is really just more testimony to say that Diddy was into some freaky stuff. We need that freaky stuff to be connected to literally showing us these are people that he literally brought across state lines to participate in this. You got to tie it together, because even some of the testimony with the escorts, unless I missed something, when they were in New York, they had people they would use. When they were in Miami, they would have people they would use. So, I don't even think I think it's probably, I wouldn't put it past him to have been in places where he flew in certain sex workers that they preferred to have these freak offs with. But can we see that? I'm sure that information has to exist, right? And then, a touchy subject, a touchy subject. When you have these witnesses on the stand that's a part of the freak offs, and when they say, Cassie reached out to us, Cassie would call if there was to be a freak off setup. Yes, we know that Cassie has testified that she didn't want to do it. This became her job and all of that. But Cassie also had evidence admitted where for some of these things, for some of the freak offs, she did want to do it. For some of the freak offs, from evidence that was presented based off of her own words, right? She even said to Diddy, I like to do them when we're both like, in the mood to do them or whatever. That could show that there were times when you wanted to do it. There was times you didn't want to do it and you did it anyway. Or it could probably suggest you didn't want to do it. Did he force you to do it when you didn't want to do it? Or did you say, well, okay, fine. See how that can get real kind of, murky for the jury. You got all those jurors up there, and as the defense will always say, I only need one. I only need one to say there's too much doubt here. Because this is a criminal case. This is not a civil case. So the bar for reasonable doubt is way higher. So I think at this point, 8 days in, we have heard enough about baby oil and Astroglide and all of these drugs that Diddy was taking and so on. Okay, we got it. Again, we got it. Now we need to get into what are the details around the criminal organization? What are the details around the sex trafficking? Bring forth those witnesses. We need that. So now with the next witness who's on the stand, who is the government witness, Dr. Dawn Hughes. She's a forensic psychologist. And the prosecutor says, of course, the government calls Dr. Dawn Hughes, and he asks, what is your profession? She says, clinical and forensic psychology. I treated people who were in World War II, which was such an honor. Okay. That feels kind of random, but okay. Prosecutor says, how many times have you testified in court? Dr. Hughes says 60 or 65 times. And the prosecutor said, we offered Dr. Hughes as an expert. The defense said no objection. Okay. So Dr. Hughes is on the stand. It's going to be interesting to hear what she has to say. I think we can imagine what this expert is going to say, being that she's being called by the prosecutors. Um, she also, like I said earlier, she was a part of the Johnny Depp trial. She had some involvement too in the R. Kelly trial. So it'll be interesting to see what her testimony is. Um, Okay, so I'm just checking to see what the CNN update is, and they have no other update other than just that she is on the stand and talking about what her background is. Uh, so someone else said defense is plotting. Someone else talked about Dr. Hughes on the stand during the Johnny Depp trial, and the comment is she was absolutely horrible. In the Depp versus Heard trial, I'm surprised the government used her. She blew the case for Heard. And this may be what I saw an attorney say on Law and Crime the other day when they were talking about her. He just said there were mixed results. And he did say it in a positive way. So I don't know. I didn't see any of her testimony during the Johnny Depp trial. So, but apparently, there's some folks out here to think that she wasn't that great. All right. Somebody, let's see. The comment here is that I didn't know they used that Hughes. She was despicable and absolutely horrible and no expert at all. Government may shoot themselves in the foot with that idiot. Oh, wow. Wow. And I don't know. Let's see what these photos are. Okay, this was during the Johnny Depp trial. Depp claims he was abused during their marriage. Not heard. Okay. Let's see what else we have. Day 13 of Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard defamation case. Okay. So this is who is currently on the stand as an expert witness for the prosecution. And the person who left a comment in these photos is not a fan. Is not a fan. Someone else commented, better recognize. Someone else commented, let's get into it. Um, and someone else said they know she sucks. Didn't the feds watch the Depp trial? Okay, so somebody else is saying this expert isn't that good. Hmm. If she comes off as not good in this trial, that would be a huge miss by the prosecution. If this is the thought that she wasn't that great during some other trials. Comment here, it'll be interesting to see what she adds, considering the judge has ruled she can't discuss coercive control. That will be interesting to see. Someone said no objection. They know they know they're finna cook her. You know what? Someone said, of course they don't object. They know they can discredit her. Wow. So it's a lot of people who feel as if this expert witness is trash. Someone said, if you like, okay, I'm sorry, that's an ad. We don't need somebody, nobody said that. That's an ad. Wow. Somebody said, are the feds trying to throw this case? Defense wants this expert. So y'all, okay, you all are not feeling this lady. You all are saying that this one was not the one to be used as an expert witness by the prosecution. Someone else commented, just so you all know, Dr. Don Hughes is a well-regarded expert in IPV, and you will see how depraved Depp stands are. Okay. Someone else said, land the plane, please. Oh, wow. That is, someone said, this woman is a known liar. Proceed. Wow. Is that bad, y'all? I mean, everybody here is really just commenting really strongly that this expert witness is not it. Wow. Okay. Okay. Well, uh, uh that was overwhelmingly people are not a fan of this expert Dr. Don Hughes. So let's see if we have any more testimony. We do have a little testimony here. Uh, Prosecutor, what do you anticipate covering? Dr. Hughes, why victims stay? Memory. Prosecutor, have you been retained by the government? Dr. Hughes, yes. What is your hourly rate? Dr. Hughes, $600. Uh, 6,000 for the day in court. Okay, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. All right. I said, "Wow, that's a good day." Yeah, that's what I said. That's pretty decent. Somebody said $6,000 a day. What the $6,000 for one day in court? What a waste of taxpayer money. That's a lot. I want to be a doctor too. Uh, Still more comments saying the government should have never hired her. Where do I sign up for this position? I know, right? $6,000 a day. Someone else said I think the defense might be able to eat her up. LOL. We'll see. Diddy trial Don Hughes testimony on the stand. Okay, so we're still just yeah. Seriously, I need to move into that profession. So people are right now kind of two things. One, people are saying this expert witness is no expert and she was horrible in the Johnny Depp trial, is what people are saying in the comments. And uh, definitely got some responses to the fact that she gets paid $6,000 if she's for the day, if she's there for the whole day in court. And other than that, $600 an hour. That's her hourly rate. Whoa. That's nice. That's nice, Dr. Hughes. That's nice. Okay. Let's see if we have any update. And we do. Okay, so the prosecutor asked Dr. Hughes, why do victims stay? Dr. Hughes, there are psychological bonds and the psychological consequences of the abuse. Prosecutor, what are the levels of fear? Dr. Hughes, it ranges from physical violence to butterflies. Violence doesn't have to happen all the time. Prosecutor, what is psychological violence? Dr. Hughes, intimidation, throwing things, telling you what you can do and where you can go. The defense objects. The judge said, hold on, I'm going to strike that last answer. Oh, yep. The defense had the judge had to strike that last answer because this witness is not supposed to testify about coercion. So I'm assuming that is exactly why that got stricken. Somebody said, yes, strike it. She already about to blow the case. Somebody else said, nah, don't strike. Let her talk. Well, you don't want to talk and jeopardize your case. Or giving Diddy easy reasons to appeal if he should get convicted. Right? Judge throwing strikes. What the hell? Okay. Let me check over on CNN quickly and see if we have an update over there. I think it's more in line with what we just read. Psychologist Don Hughes said she's testifying as a quote unquote blind expert and will provide the jury with some information about domestic violence, rape, sexual assault, and traumatic stress. Hughes testified she has not assessed any of the victims or the witnesses in this case, nor has she interviewed anyone connected to the case. She said she has seen some press coverage of the case, but she has not been following what's been happening in court. She testified that she's being paid $600 an hour for her work and $6,000 for a day of testimony in court. Ooh, I knew I should have pursued psychology. Okay. Okay, let's see if we have any other update. Uh, so the defense objected to her talking about uh, when she was describing what was psychological violence. She said that it was intimidation, throwing things, telling you what you can do and where you can go. The defense objected. The judge said, "Hold on, I'm going to strike the last answer." Uh, the prosecutor then said, "What can be the role of sexual abuse? What can be the role of sexual abuse?" Dr. Hughes says, "It puts the victim in significant psychological fear." Prosecutor, "Why does it prevent leaving?" Dr. Hughes says, "Shame, degradation. They don't want to think about it." Okay. Okay. So this is underway. I don't know, you all, why I all of a sudden started getting ads. I think X wants you to pay for some level of membership not to get ads, so I won't be doing that. Somebody said I am checking out during her testimony. I don't like that one. Yeah, there were a lot of comments about people who just felt Don Hughes was a horrible expert witness in prior cases. Someone else said, if you're running and hiding from someone, that is a major fear. Yes. Someone said, I assume this is about Cassie and why she stayed. Someone else said, is this about Cassie? Someone else said, trauma is a tricky bee. Someone else said, I hope y'all didlets are listening. Someone said, waste of time this. Someone else said, clock it, doctor. So she's explaining what trauma bond is. And oh, we're listening, doc. So, yeah. Clock that T, clock that T. Okay. Somebody said, okay, I'm already over her. Get her the F off the stand now. All right. So I had no idea. I had no idea there were such strong feelings about Dr. Don Hughes, but apparently there are some strong feelings about Dr. Don Hughes in the comment section. Okay. Let's see if we have any other update at this time. Okay, yes. So again, prosecutor asks, why does it prevent leaving? Dr. Hughes says, shame, degradation. They don't want to think about it. Prosecutor asks, what is emotional abuse? Dr. Hughes, putting down our partner, feeling like a piece of crap. Well, that's kind of weird wording for an expert, but okay. Prosecutor says, or asks, what about financial dependence? Dr. Hughes, the abusers controls housing and okay, I think she meant the journalist meant the abusers. The abusers control housing and transportation, taking away her laptop. The defense objected, the judge sustained. Okay. I think I'm starting to see the concerns y'all were raising about this expert already. And we're only like 3 or 4 questions in with her? Because if you know that as part of your testimony, you can't talk about anything related to coercion, or you have to be very careful around that, why are you answering this way? Also, did she just not say earlier? Well, she did say she hasn't been listening to what's been going on in the trial, but she did see some press coverage, so maybe that's why she knows about taking away of the laptop. Oh, okay. Yeah, like the comment here, somebody said her laptop. She's already effing up. I'm gonna go watch clips of her in the depth trial to remind myself why she's terrible. Yeah, because I think that ordinarily you would not hear a doctor say treating somebody like crap. That just seems a little unusual. And yeah, I don't know. Well, let's continue though. Let's continue. Uh the making a diddler. I don't know. Is this real or is that spam? I don't know. Somebody said taking away her laptop, her phone, returning the phone, but taking her jag. We get it. This feels like domestic violence. Another person is saying, I can only imagine what the person is suggesting, much of what we talked about earlier. Again, really take her off, man. Sean Combs is a demon. Comment she was pissed off when he was with other women, though. The doctor obviously seeing Cassie testifying and using it for her benefit in court. Mentioned laptop, so this doctor was watching Cassie transcript. Oh, oh, okay. We'll see if the defense calls that out at all. All right. So we're still waiting for another update from the live thread. Meanwhile, on CNN, the update that we have at this point is just CNN saying that the clinical and forensic psychologist Don Hughes testified that it's very common for victims to stay in abusive relationships. Yes, we all know that. She explained that perpetrators often use various abusive methods beyond just physical violence to make victims feel trapped. Quote, it's about the power and control that the abuser has over the victim, she said. Okay. Trying to see if so we haven't gotten an update to the thread yet, but here we have in a comment that well, yeah, we've already looked at that as well. So let's go back and see what we might have going on. Uh I think from what you all are saying in the comments about this expert, it's going to be very interesting to see how she's crossed by the defense. Because from what you all are saying about how she performed in other trials, I wonder why the prosecutors called her, because they had to be aware, right? Because I'm telling you, when they called her name, you all went off in the comments on this X thread. People went off in the comments about her just being horrible. So, okay. Okay. So let's see if we have any other update at this point. Uh, Not yet. Someone in the comments says Diddy made it look normal to her. Someone else said poor Cassie was scared truly. Uh, Someone else said she was scared to leave. Another person said, is it trafficking? Is it trafficking? I think this is the same person uh, who commented on, like, is this domestic violence? Another person said, it is important to have such experts at trial because people heavily undermine the effects of abuse, unfortunately. And that is so interesting because you always think there's people are so much aware of domestic violence, and that you would think that the general public, has a good sense of what people who are victims of domestic violence go through, because there have been, unfortunately, too many stories to count, uh, too many movies and TV shows and uh, criminal cases, and people you even sometimes personally know, for it sometimes to seem that everyone needs to be gathered and educated again on what domestic violence is and what comes with it. Now, having said all of that, again, this expert is also going to feed into folks who are of the opinion of, why are we still talking about domestic violence? This witness, I think, is going to again ramp up the people who are feeling very strongly about that. And yeah, because she's here to talk about abuse. uh CNN updated and said that the expert said that sexual abuse is a very private harm. Psychologist says, explaining obstacle to seeking help. Sexual abuse is a very private harm, quote unquote, per the expert, which can make it difficult for a victim to seek help to leave an abusive relationship. Clinical and forensic psychologist Don Hughes testified. Uh, they experience, and this is a quote, they experience a tremendous amount of shame, humiliation, degradation. They don't want to talk about it. They don't even want to think about it in their own brain. So that again is testimony from Dr. Hughes, who is on the stand right now as an expert witness for the prosecution. So the prosecutor then says, "Are you familiar with love bombing?" Dr. Hughes said that honeymoon phase, the abuser showers her with gifts and affection to get her back. Prosecutor: does the attempt to leave happen over time? Dr. Hughes says yes, it takes multiple attempts. Okay. Somebody in the comments said, watch Dr. Hughes trying to do too much, taking away her laptop. She was asked a general question and she veered into talking about Cassie. That's Dr. Hughes for you. So this person who left this comment lawyered up. He has been in the comments throughout this trial. And I found his comments to be pretty interesting at times. And so he, like the other people have commented, does not appear to be a fan of this expert witness that has been called by the prosecution. So interesting. So we're still waiting. They said, oh, wow, that taught me a new term. I wonder what was the new term. A love bombing? Love bombing might be the new term the person had never heard of before. Okay. Love bomb. Just making up terms. Okay, so a lot of y'all never heard of love bombing? Love bombing is a thing. It is a thing. It is a thing. Someone else commented, and him advising David James to apologize with a gift after his accused incident kind of corroborates that this is Diddy's style. That's true. Give him a gift. That's a very good call out by the person who left this comment. Because David James, his assistant, allegedly put his hands on a shelf working for Diddy, and Diddy had to get involved. It went to HR at Bad Boy, and Diddy told his assistant, "You can't be putting your hands on women." The irony. And then he told him to give her a gift to make up with her, and David James said he gave her a blunt, and that seemed to do the trick. Okay. Anyway, let's go back and see if we have an update at this point. Okay, no, we are still waiting, but we do, I think, have an update on the CNN side. So let's see. Financial dependence and lack of resources trap victims in abusive relationships. The psychologist, Dr. Hughes, testified that a victim's financial dependence on an abuser plays a very important role in their decision to stay in an abusive situation. She explained that resources are necessary for a victim to leave the relationship, and when an abuser controls their general living expenses, it's hard for the victim to see a way out. The abuser is sabotaging a victim's ability to have independence. How are you to leave if you don't have access to those tangible resources? Now, I'm going to say to this part, which I understand and I agree with what she's saying here, but very specifically to Cassie. Not that she might have wanted to do this, Okay. But could Cassie not have gone home to her parents? If she had no other resources, yeah, sure, she would have went back home to her parents. She would not have been living the lifestyle that she had been accustomed to living with Diddy, of course. But there's also a lot with that lifestyle that she allegedly did not want anymore. Of course, she didn't want the DV. And then the whole thing with the freak offs, however you judge that. But if she wanted to get away from the abuse, could she not have gone back and lived with her parents? And I'm speaking very specifically now to what the expert witness is talking about around financial dependence. Because Diddy's assistant and Diddy's assistant and also Cassie's best friend Carrie both testified to Cassie feeling as if she could not leave Diddy because, in short, he paid for everything. He paid for her apartment. He paid for her car. He gave her an allowance. So, of course, she said he controlled her music career, which he did. But she did stress that he paid for everything. And so that was one of the reasons that she felt like she could not leave him. So when the expert talks here, the psychologist, about financial dependence and the lack of resources trap victims in abusive relationships, I want to challenge that a little bit. And don't kill me, but if you do, kill me in the comments, okay? Did she not have an option to go back home and live with her parents? Maybe she would not have not maybe. She definitely would not have had all of the bells and whistles as far as the mansion and I guess whatever other luxury things came with a person who had the type of resources Diddy has. But it's not like it's a woman who literally has nowhere to go. This is a sensitive conversation, because taking it even away from Cassie, there are women in DV situations, especially women with children, who really, really, really are in a situation where they feel they really don't have anywhere else to go. And I'm talking about women in a situation where they are financially dependent upon their abuser, where they really feel that there's nowhere they can go with their children, and they feel that they have to suffer because they have no financial dependence, is how a lot of women feel. And maybe in those circumstances too, people might say, well, what about a shelter, or what about this, or what about that? I don't know the ins and outs of those things. I don't know why a lot of women may choose not to do that, on top of just not wanting to maybe even necessarily put their kids in a shelter environment. But then I guess people would say, well, they're still in a bad environment in your house because you're being abused. So it's one of those things that's multifaceted. But I think there's a discussion around, if you are financially dependent upon Diddy, because as the previous testimony acknowledged, he was paying for your whole lifestyle, cars, allowances, apartments. He was paying for it. And if you could have left him and went back home to live with your parents, was that not an option? Was that a matter of, yeah, you could do it, but you didn't want to do it? You didn't want to do it. And then who knows? By the time she might have been making some of these decisions, Cassie also might have been so far gone herself with drug use and so on, that the last thing she would have wanted maybe is to go home to her parents. But I don't know. It just feels like the way it's being described as if there was no other option. It there might have been an option, but it might have been an option she would rather not take. She would rather not take, right? The expert also said that there's a trauma bond that can make a victim unwilling to leave a relationship. Yes. So let's go. I was on the CNN page. I'm going to go back now and see if we have any other updates from inside the courtroom. Okay. So the prosecutor, yeah, we've talked about that, and we do have one other update. So let's go back to what the prosecutor asked about love bombing. Are you familiar with love bombing? Dr. Hughes says, yes, it's a honeymoon phase. The abuser showers her with gifts and affection to get her back. Prosecutor, does the attempt to leave happen over time? Dr. Hughes said, yes, it takes multiple attempts. Prosecutor, which is the most common coping mechanism? Dr. Hughes said, trying to work it out because of the trauma bond. You don't want to lose your partner. Prosecutor, personal coping mechanisms. How does placating or appeasing work? Dr. Hughes said, we're trying to avoid abuse. Okay. Someone left in the comment, you know damn well she purposely snuck in the laptop comments, like she was told per CNN she can't speak about the victims, and yet she still did. So much for her, so much for an expert can't even follow court rules. Like I said, people are not a fan of Dr. Hughes. Not a fan. Lawyered Up indicated here that honest question to the experts: do coping, placating, or appeasing done by the victim in relation to the abuser absolve the victim of criminal responsibility if the victim commits a crime? Does it negate free will? And does it mean the victim cannot form criminal intent? These are good questions. So I don't know if Lawyered Up is actually a lawyer or maybe a law student, but I think these are really, really, really good questions. They're really good questions. And I think it goes back to other folks also saying that in this situation, one, a little bit touches on my thing about doesn't negate free will. Sometimes you may have options to leave a situation, but there are options for whatever reason that you don't want. Part of that reason maybe you're not ready to leave the person, but to say you do not have anywhere else you can go. In Cassie's situation, it definitely seems like she could have went back home to her parents. It's probably the last thing she wanted to do, but was that not an option? I think the other thing here, and what in this comment that I'm kind of getting to, is that there's a lot of discussion. Well, maybe not so much. There is some discussion around what is Cassie's culpability in a lot that went on. Not the DV part. I would never, ever in a million years be a part of any discussion, and definitely not on a channel that is mine, that is ever going to debate whether or not she was a victim of domestic violence. Someone in a feed I was on last night said she was a victim the first time, but after it was a choice. That is incorrect. And that is a person who needs to listen to experts on domestic violence, because that is not how that works. That is not how that works. If you're a victim of domestic violence, if this person, according to this person's way of thinking, the first time you're abused in a domestic violence situation, you're a victim. But if it happened subsequently after that, allegedly or supposedly you're not a victim, that is crazy. That is crazy. So I don't stand with that at all, and I'm not even going to debate it. But when it comes to these freak offs, there is conversation around what is her culpability, since she was organizing some of these and recruiting people for some of these. What is her culpability? I would think that she does have some culpability, but there will never be any charges brought against Cassie for any of that. And I honestly think she was saved from culpability by that video. I think how that video looked, and because of what it was, and how the government has also now used that video to springboard into these other charges that we're still kind of waiting for them to show more evidence on. Cassie, I don't think has to worry about ever being charged for the things that she actually did in the freak off situation, far as arranging, paying for, uh, recruiting. That she's never. I don't see that in a million years that she would be charged. So let's see if we have another update from inside the courtroom. Uh, Okay, yes, we do. So again, we left off with the prosecutor talking about personal coping mechanisms. How does placating or appeasing work? And Dr. Hughes said, we're trying to avoid abuse. Prosecutor, what is minimization? Dr. Hughes, the victim says maybe they had a bad day at work. Maybe they were intoxicated. It's a way to stay in the relationship, but it increases their risk. It's not a long term strategy. It gets from one assaultive episode to the next. Wow. Okay. I think Dr. Hughes is doing fine right there, y'all. I know from the comments, a lot of people don't like her, but I think that was a pretty decent answer. Okay. Because you all in the comments on this X thread do not like Dr. Hughes. Okay. Let's see what CNN has updated. They said that as the abuse becomes more severe, so do the coping mechanisms, Dr. Hughes explained. A victim's coping mechanisms usually exist within the confines of the relationship. Sometimes this includes fighting back, but the most common coping mechanism is trying to work things out with the abusive partner to stop the abuse and quote unquote preserve the love. Mm-mm-mm. The psychologist also discussed both passive and active self defense during her testimony under questioning by the prosecution. Passive self defense includes actions that are, quote, the least provoking as possible to get the violent episode to stop, including blocking punches or curling up on the floor, Hughes said. Active self defense includes throwing objects or hitting back against the abuser, she said. Victims use active self defense to, quote, to have some way of standing up for themselves, although in many cases that usually results in more severe injury to themselves. Okay. So at least now she's, testifying the way that the judge said she had to testify. So that's good. Maybe that'll like some of these people feel differently about the expert. Um, the prosecutor asked, "What about the power relation?" Dr. Hughes says a person can have power as a principal of a school. The victim asked, "Who is going to believe me?" Prosecutor, when does the victim finally speak? Dr. Hughes, in a safe environment or after psychological help. Okay. So again, the prosecutor asks, what about the power relation? And doctor said a person can have power as the principal of a school. And the victim asks, who is going to believe me? So if the principal did something to me at the school, the power dynamic is such that the person will say, who is going to believe me over the principal? All right. So I think that's easy to understand. The prosecutor then said, when does the victim finally speak? And the doctor said, in a safe environment or after psychological help. Okay. Let's see if we have any other update. Someone in the comments said that's so true. Unfortunately, yeah, yeah. Someone commented, many of you need to use Dr. Hughes's testimony as free counseling. It shows. I guess somebody is not on board with some of the comments that may not be so complimentary of Cassie. Someone said, I think stating how many times she's been a witness, now they're talking about the expert, is a mistake. Also mentioning she makes $600 an hour or $6,000 a day in court, that the government, aka taxpayers, are paying, would make me as a juror question her motive for testifying. Someone else said, preach doc. Someone else said, she giving game. And y'all in the comments just tweaking. Okay. So at least Dr. Hughes is starting to get a little more love in the comment section, because you all were not feeling her at all. Okay. Um, and I'm assuming, well, they still probably got about an hour out before they take a lunch break for sure. So let's see if we have any. Well, we do have an update on the CNN side. Let's see what that update is. Expert witness Dr. Hughes said it's common for victims in abusive relationships to use substances to numb themselves. Victims will often take drugs or drink before they see their partner, Hughes said, quote, preventively to ward off other uh, psychological pain to come. Okay. She said, quote, the victims will often take drugs or drink before they see their partner, preventively to ward off other physical or psychological pain to come. Okay. Let's go back and see if we have an update at this point. All right. We have a comment here that she is actually talking about the expert. She is actually doing okay and giving excellent expert opinion. The jury is taking note. Not a good picture for Diddy so far, anyway. Outside of anybody on the jury who might be thinking, why are we still talking about domestic violence? We just have to keep that in mind, that there may be people on the jury as well who might be feeling like, why are we still talking about domestic violence? Um, Someone said Diddy wasn't indicted on love bombing. Next, many of you need to you. Okay, I read that. Right. So the comment like Diddy wasn't indicted on love bombing. That's exactly why I said this is the testimony is great testimony from this expert. And probably would be more great if this was a domestic violence case. So I think that's why you will still see people say this case is not about love bombing. It is not about domestic violence, or let me say the charges are not about that. And so there are still people, even as the expert witness is giving testimony, who's like, okay, and what? Uh, so still waiting to see if we have an update. And we don't right now. So let's just patiently wait and see what we might have next. I wonder who they're calling next as a witness. It's 11:42. So it is very likely that Dr. Hughes is probably going to take us through maybe the lunch, especially if they are taking the lunch break at 12. But I wonder if she's not going to be on the stand for the rest of the afternoon, then I wonder who might be up next as far as witnesses. We will see, right? All right, so let's go and let's check right quick and see if there's any other update. Not at this point. And you know, I'm doing these lives. One benefit for me in doing these lives, especially since I'm just doing content around the Diddy trial. One thing that I've noticed just being immersed. And I'm not even necessarily advising anybody that, just you're going on about your regular day, not to be immersed in this stuff because it can be quite heavy. But it is interesting to see when you are immersed and you're pretty much abreast of what's literally happening in the courtroom, and to see other people comment on what they are saying happened in the courtroom, even on mainstream media. It is interesting. You notice when you are immersed in what's going on, literally, it is interesting how much you notice how people, by using a simple word or two, will actually frame up something differently than how it actually happened, based off of what we're getting from people who are sitting in the courtroom, updates that we're getting like from CNN and other sources. It is interesting just how people, when they're reporting out on the update for this trial, if you're not immersed in it, like how a lot of content creators are and reporters, and you're there for all the details, you it does they're not always reporting things like, I don't feel like factually sometimes, and I don't think it's rampant. It doesn't feel like that, but sometimes some ways that things are worded, even on mainstream media, I'm like, that's not really how that happened. Or you using that word make it sounds like something that it actually wasn't. I have noticed that. All right. Let's see if we have an update at this point. All right. So we left off with the prosecutor asking, when does the victim finally speak? Dr. Hughes said, in a safe environment, excuse me, or after psychological help. The prosecutor asked, what type of language do victims use when they first speak of it? Dr. Hughes, they minimize, they are piecemeal, they remember the chipping paint on the ceiling, the smell of alcohol on the perpetrator's breath. Okay. The expert witness, and now I'm just reading from what's on CNN page. It's uncommon for victims to talk about the abuse around the time it occurs, psychologist Don Hughes said. Many victims will wait months, even years, before telling about what happened to them, she said. She explained that a victim is usually more willing to discuss abuse from a stranger than from a partner. Quote, the closer the relationship to the perpetrator, the less likely you're going to be to disclose. Okay. And this might, I do understand, even in spite of what I said earlier about, you would think that the population for the most part at large understands domestic violence, how it works, the impact, how it can make people think and move and all of that. But just listening to her testimony, I do think it's good to have an expert up there and to get more specific around that, and assuming nothing. I'm challenging my own point I made earlier, assuming nothing about what people understand as it relates to domestic violence, because I think what we're seeing in social media, as far as the response to this case, is telling us that there's a lot of people who don't get it when it comes to domestic violence. So I think it's good that she's there and she's laying this out the way that she is. Um, and so we'll see if the people's comments about her get better on this X thread, because like I said, when she first came up, people were like, I know y'all didn't call her. So we'll see. Um, Someone in the comments said they try to disassociate, so those small things become very memorable. Hmm. Someone else said, this may sound boring or irrelevant to you, but it might be the small bit of information that helps you save a loved one who is being held captive in plain sight. That is a very good point. That is a very good point. For those of us listening, or well, we're not listening. Well, the people in the courtroom are, but for those of us who are um, seeing this feedback and advice and expert opinion that's being given, eh, we yeah, it's good to kind of take it in because you may have a loved one in that situation right now, or it may help you identify a loved one who might be in that situation. So I do think that's a good call out by the person who left this comment. Someone said attempting to disassociate is part of the reason why Cassie stayed high. Someone said this is where I think they're trying to show the abuse is the base for this to happen. And then they go into abuse related to coercion. Yes. All right, so let's go and see if we have any other update. I did not intend to go there. I'm not even sure how I got there. Okay. Um, let's see where we are. Okay, so we don't have any other update at this point, but we do have an update on the CNN side. So let me take a quick look. Abuse victims often use minimizing and hedging language when disclosing the abuse. Psychologist Hughes testified under the direct examination by the prosecution. Quote, they don't want to label themselves a victim. They don't want to label their abuser as abuser, Hughes said. It's too painful to admit that fact. Somebody, quote, somebody who loved me did this to me. They're still in self blame. Uh, Dr. Hughes testified about the ways trauma impacts memory. She explained that victims will usually remember the core gist of a traumatic event and the central sensory details they perceived as significant. Other peripheral details that weren't assigned any significance aren't remembered as easily, she said. That quote, that's a very unique thing for each person in each situation they're in. Some traumatic memories can also be quote unquote fragmented, but can still be reliable, she said. I think this expert witness is doing good, y'all. Y'all, the people on the X thread that I'm using for this live stream, boy, I tell you, like I said, when this lady first came up as the expert, you all were not here for it at all. Okay. So I don't think we have an update on, yeah, we don't have an update at this point from the, okay, yeah, no, we're still waiting for an update to the feed. So I am thinking that it's 11:51 Eastern Standard Time. Um, that is the time zone for the trial as well. So we are just going to see at this point if there's going to be much more testimony from the doctor or will they be breaking for lunch. And let's see if we have any updates at all from inside the courtroom at this time. And I don't think we do. Yeah, we're still waiting. We're still waiting. Okay. So I don't know. It's going to be interesting too to know that the defense is also going to call their own expert. So it's going to be interesting to see what will the defense's expert speak to. Are they going to try to speak to more so what was Diddy's state of being during some of this stuff? And I'm assuming it will focus on DV because that's what the trial has focused on so far. That's what the prosecution's expert witness is focusing on. So I'm assuming that the defense's expert witness will have to somewhat follow suit to counter what their expert said. So it's interesting to see, will the defense's psychologist counter the prosecutor's DV expert by not actually countering her testimony, but going down the path of, well, this is what Mr. Combs would have been going through, or this is what a person who uh, uses drugs is going through, or something like that. I, I'm assuming that's the way that the defense's expert will go, because I can't see an expert getting on the stand and going against what the prosecutor's expert is saying about how domestic violence works. So I can't see that. So we'll see how all of that shakes out. Let's check back and see if we have an update at this point. I guess some people still making comments about the doctor getting paid $6,000 a day to be in court. That is a lot. Okay. We still do not. Okay, we still do not have an update. Lloyd Up left a comment saying one of the things about DV is that it is complicated and I will never try to minimize it. Agreed. The Lloyd Up comment goes on with, but sometimes the experts address it in a way that is inconsistent human experience. People can rationally make decisions that they know are bad for them. In politics, for example, people consistently vote against their self interest, smoking despite the warnings, drinking with a bad liver, getting silicone breast implants despite warnings, etc. It is plausible, although unwise, that a victim can make a calculated, rational decision to endure the abuse because of the money, house, cars, fame, influence the victim is gaining from the abuser. When Carrie Morgan asked Cassie why she didn't leave, part of Cassie's answers mentioned money, car, house. Okay. Okay. That is something I'm going to repost this because I think this is something I want to have more conversation about. Yeah, just more conversation around what was in that comment. All right, so let's go and see if we have an update from inside the courtroom at this time. I just know they're coming up on breaking for lunch, but let's see if we have anything here. We left off with just the expert talking more about how DV impacts the abused. And yeah, we don't have any other update at this point. So we are still just waiting to see um, what's going to happen next. If they are not going to break for lunch now, uh, well, the defense still has to cross this witness. So unless the defense foregoes crossing this expert, that also will be interesting to see if the defense is going to cross the prosecutor's psychologist, expert witness. We will have to see. All right. So if you're here rewatching this video, please like the live or like the video. Please leave a comment. I would love to know, what are you thinking about the Diddy trial at this point? Who do you think is winning? Do you think the defense is winning, or do you think the government is winning? How are you feeling about Cassie's uh, role, or how she's been presented, or what has been presented around Cassie during this trial? Do you have I'm not going to ask that question because I don't, yeah. I was about to ask a question about DV, but again, like I said, I cannot debate with anybody about whether or not that is something that's debatable. We all saw it. On the freak off situation, do you feel like there is culpability that Cassie should have as far as what happened with the freak offs? Or do you feel all culpability for the freak offs belong with Diddy? Do you believe that the government is going to present evidence to support the racketeering and sex trafficking charges? Or do you feel they already have presented evidence to support racketeering and sex trafficking, and there's just a bunch of people who don't understand or don't see it as such? Do you think this trial is going to literally take 8 weeks? And if a decision had to be made today, before all the evidence is in, but if a decision had to be made today by the jury, what do you think the jury would decide? Those are a lot of questions. A lot of questions. All right. So let's see if we have any other update. Okay. No, I think we're still waiting. It's taking quite a while for us to get an update. So yesterday when this happened, where it took so long for us to get an update, I think it was very close to them going into the lunch period. Um and when that happens, as I've been doing with these live streams, I then take the opportunity to also grab something for lunch. If I had like a co-host or someone like doing these lives with me, we probably, and once because I know this is going to happen one day, right? I'm building right now. I am paying my dues in this space, far as live streaming and that type of thing. So I get it. I am paying my dues right now. But one day I will get to a point where I've gathered an audience, and I will get to a point where perhaps I will have a co-host or different people join me as a co-host, so that we can have more robust discussion, which is what I want. I want to hear different opinions on how people are feeling about the trial right now. I would love to know if the jury had to go and make a decision on this trial today. And yes, understanding that all the information isn't in yet, how do you think it would go? How do you think it would go? Do you think it would benefit Diddy at this point? Will he be found not guilty, or would he be found guilty? Just very, very curious as to your thoughts on that. Uh let's see if we have an update at this point. Wow, they are, well, we do have an update on the CNN side, so let's see what's happening. Uh okay, so Dr. Hughes said victims tend not to recall each specific time they were abused. Within domestic abuse, there's a routine that happens. Dr. Hughes said where a victim can conflate instances of abuse in the same way that mundane routine events that anyone does frequently can run together. Dr. Hughes said a victim may commonly say something like, quote, I know I got punched a bunch of times, but can't tell you when that was. Victims are more likely to remember isolated instances of abuse that are connected to a quote unquote marker or a significant event for a victim, such as a birthday or an anniversary. Okay, so the prosecution is finished with questions. Um, and well, I guess we'll see now if the defense is going to cross at this point, or if they are going to maybe take a lunch break. Let's see if we have any update on this side. Okay. The sidebar. Maybe that's what's taking so long that there was a sidebar. Uh, okay. It will be by cross examination, will be by Jonathan Bach, Alexandra Shapiro's husband, only recently brought on as Combs' 10th lawyer. Diddy has 10 lawyers. Diddy has 10 lawyers. Okay. All right. So now the defense is crossing the prosecutor's expert witness. So let's see. The defense attorney, your clients, you observe them closely, their cognitive style. Dr. Hughes, yes. Defense attorney, people don't fit in the boxes, right? Dr. Hughes, there are categories. Defense attorney, but you have to listen to particular individuals, right? Dr. Hughes, I'm not divorced from my training. Was she insulted by that question? That seems like a kind of a little bit of a flippant kind of response. Is she a little bit offended by that question? Okay, now, Dr. Hughes, these people in the comments on the thread they were coming for you. They said you were a horrible witness during the Johnny Depp trial. So you did. I thought fairly decent here when you were testifying. So let's not slip up now, okay? So again, the defense attorneys are now crossing the government's expert witness, the psychologist, Dr. Hughes, who has been giving an expert opinion on just domestic violence, right? She did not and could not get into the specifics of this case or any of the people associated with the case. So she's there simply as an expert witness for domestic violence. So the defense attorney is now crossing her, and the defense attorney starts out by asking, your clients, you observe them closely, their cognitive style? And she said, yes. Defense attorney, people don't fit into boxes, right? Dr. Hughes said, there are categories. Defense attorney, but you have to listen to particular individuals, right? And Dr. Hughes said, I'm not divorced from my training. I don't know why that's just coming across to be like, she got attitude. Sounds like she got an attitude with his question there. Let's see if we got any other update. Oh, okay. Somebody said he thought he was going to catch her off guard, LMAO. Somebody said, what does she mean? Well, someone else said, get him. Someone else said, answer the effing question, Don. And someone else commented that Dr. Hughes is annoying. I just thought that response was one where she did not appreciate that question. Okay. Because she said in response to the defense attorney's question that I am not divorced from my training. Okay, Dr. Hughes, clapping back at the defense attorney, or so it would seem. So it would seem. So I know for sure now it is 12:06. I can't imagine they're gonna. If she probably won't when they if the defense attorney wraps up with her, I'm assuming that they will then break for lunch. That's what I am assuming. So as of right now, we are still uh, we are still in the point where we are getting a tremendous amount of emphasis on DV. That's where we are on day 8. On day 8, we are still primarily getting more and more information centered around DV. I think if this is going somewhere, if capital I, capital F, from the government side, and if the government does have um, evidence that is going to be very specific to somebody running a criminal organization and sex trafficking, and this has just been their strategy, the buildup, it's going to be interesting to see when we get to the outcome of all of this. If the government's approach ends up impacting the outcome by the jury. Because how if there are folks on that jury who are really feeling right now that we've been here 7 days, today is day 8, and I feel as if you all are still talking to us about domestic violence. How if there is a juror or one or two or more, and the defense only needs one to be feeling exactly like that right now? I don't know. So like I said, if the way the government is going about presenting evidence in this case is a part of their strategy, and they are eventually going to get to more evidence that really shows that Diddy was indeed running a criminal organization and that Diddy was indeed sex trafficking, and guilty of all of the charges that are against him, which of course domestic violence isn't one of them. I think uh, they may have done some damage by taking so long to get there. But the reality is, we're not going to know that until we get to really a decision by the jury. We're not going to know because you never know what a jury is going to do. I don't care who tries to predict it. I don't care what expert they pull in. I don't care how much experience a given lawyer or whoever may have had in this space. You just never know what a jury is going to do. That's just the fact. You never know. So let me see right now if we have any other update at this point. So no, we left off with the Dr. Hughes telling the defense attorney that she's not divorced from her training. So yeah, I don't know if why they have to disclose how much the experts are getting paid. I'm not really sure why they have to do that. Dr. Hughes did tell us at the start of her testimony that she is getting paid $600 an hour or $6,000 per day. I should have been a psychologist. She is getting paid $600 per hour for court or $6,000 per day. Okay, Dr. Hughes. Okay. So let's check and see if we have any updates. We're not showing any updates on the CNN side. And let's see if we have any updates at this point with the X thread. I'm somewhat surprised that it's taking this long. I really, really am. It almost makes me want to check some other sources. And while we're waiting, I guess I could also check to see if there's another update on Kid Cudi, because he was initially supposed to testify today, but something happened, and I'm not sure what it was. I'm not really sure what it was. So let's see if we can find something about rapper Kid Cudi testifying. All right. Let me share this article with you all while we are waiting, and we can find out together exactly what's going on here. Let's see. And I'm going to go to AP and see what information they have out there about Kid Cudi uh, testifying this week. Because I think people thought he would be testifying again. People thought he would be testifying today, but he's not. And the prosecution advised the judge this morning that he would not be testifying today. So rapper Kid Cudi to testify at Sean Diddy Combs' trial this week. Rapper and actor Kid Cudi is expected to testify at the Sean Diddy Combs sex trafficking trial this week, taking the witness stand to tell the jury about his brief relationship 14 years ago with Combs' ex-girlfriend, the R&B singer Cassie. Prosecutors say Combs was so upset about the relationship that he arranged to have Cudi's convertible firebombed, according to court filings. Prosecutors informed the judge that Cudi, whose legal name is Scott Mescudi, and I am certain that I am not pronouncing that right, won't be called to the stand before Thursday. Okay. Meanwhile, a federal agent resumed testifying Wednesday about what investigators found. Okay. So we already know all of that. So maybe that means that we will see Kid Cudi on the stand tomorrow, because they said we won't see him before Thursday. So maybe that means we will see him on the stand tomorrow. We will definitely see. Okay, well that's good to know, because like I said, it was anticipated that he would be testifying today. So that must have gotten delayed for some reason. And let's see if we have any other information on today's witnesses. Because, like I said, they are very protective with the witness list, because they want to prevent any tampering. At least that's what we've been told. So I'm just checking right quick. And I didn't even put in like the Diddy's trial. So let's see. Yeah. That is... Wow. Okay, this is unrelated to the trial. But did you all see this article today in sports? Michael Jordan's autographed Air Nike. Michael Jordan's autographed Air Nike ones from 1985 sell for a record $560,000. Wow. That is crazy. Wow, that is crazy. That is crazy. $560,000 for I can't even process that. Okay, so let's go let's go back to the X feed and see if we have any other update right now for what's going on in the courtroom. Hopefully we do have an update by now, and we could take a look and see what's going on. All right. Do we have anything? Okay, yes. Finally, we got a couple of updates. Okay. So we left off with the defense asking Dr. Hughes about her having to listen to individuals, right? And she said, "I'm not divorced from my training." The defense then asked, "When you do forensic work, you want a lot of sources of information, right? Dr. Hughes says if it's relevant. Defense, you look at police reports, witness reports, and the like, correct? She said, correct. Defense, you're familiar with malingering. She said, I am. Defense, people can fabricate emotional responses, correct? Dr. Hughes said they can. Judge, Mr. Bach, should we break here? Um, and the defense said, I don't have a good cliffhanger. Okay. So they're going on break now. So I'm assuming that is the lunch break because Eastern Standard Time is the time zone for the trial. It is 12:18. And we're gonna wait and just see because normally the judge will also say like what time they are to return. Yesterday they returned at 1 o'clock. So we'll just see. So we do have the break that's happening right now. And my assumption is that they are going to return at 1 o'clock and maybe a bit sooner though, but let me check again and see. Yes, 12:19. They might return a bit sooner. Act be like CC, don't save it all for the pop-up. Now bring okay, no. I should not have even read any comment from academics at all. Okay. So they are on a break now. Okay. Here we do have an update. So, but wait, during the break, they bring in George Kaplan to invoke his Fifth Amendment rights against self incrimination. The judge said, welcome. Did you receive a subpoena? He said, yes. Do you intend not to answer on the Fifth Amendment grounds? Oh, who is George Kaplan? Okay, so let me check and see. Okay, maybe CNN already has it. Uh, okay. They do not. They simply have here about the court is recessed for lunch on the CNN side. So let's see who is this George Kaplan person during the break. Okay, so I'm assuming this means the jury is not in the courtroom anymore, and I'm assuming the doctor is no longer on the stand. But they brought in George Kaplan to invoke his Fifth Amendment rights against self incrimination. The judge, welcome. Prosecutor, did you receive a subpoena? Kaplan said, yes. Prosecutor, do you intend not to answer on the Fifth Amendment grounds? Kaplan, yes. Prosecutor, Your Honor, please sign the immunity order. The judge, has he read it? I guess the prosecutor said no, and he's like, read it first. Duh. How you gonna have the man sign a immunity order that he has not even read yet? So I don't know who this George Kaplan is that they are signing an immunity order for right now so that he can testify or so that he's willing to testify because he said he would be not answering on the grounds of the Fifth Amendment in order not to incriminate himself. And so now they're signing an immunity order so that he will testify. And I need to Google quickly who is George Kaplan. I do not know who that is. So let me check quickly. Who is George Kaplan? Okay, let's see. Now this can't. Is this George Kaplan? This a film? Okay, Hitchcock. No, let's see. George Kaplan and Diddy, because I don't think the George Kaplan I'm looking for got anything to do with Alfred Hitchcock. Let's see. I'm not. I'm not getting anything back on Google. Hmm. Why is that? Why is that? Why am I not seeing anything about a George Kaplan? Hmm. Well, I tell you what. Let me see if they've said anything else. Okay. Prosecutor said the attorney says he's read it. Judge, I will sign the immunity order. The government will seek to admit. Then they give, I'm assuming, an exhibition number or an exhibit number. Uh Interesting. I don't know. I am intrigued by whoever this person is that I cannot find on the internet. George Kaplan. Okay, I'm going to try. This is where we are right now with the thread that's yeah. This is where we are right now with the thread, the X thread of what's going on in the courtroom. But I'm gonna go back and see if I can find George Kaplan. Who is George Kaplan? I think that's so weird that Google didn't pull anything back. Witness. I'm keying in all the words, y'all, to try to get something. Uh, okay, I am still not seeing anything about a George Kaplan. Okay, wait. I think I may have something finally. Okay, George Kaplan is a former employee. Oh, George Kaplan is a former Combs employee who Cassie said quit after witnessing abuse. Okay, so that is who George Kaplan is. I was like, oh my God. First thing I pulled up connected me to somebody connected to Alfred Hitchcock. And I'm like, that can't be it. All right. So they are on the court right now is on a lunch break. I think this George Kaplan testimony is going to be interesting. And maybe it's going to be connected to more than just the domestic violence, meaning it maybe attaches to something, shows coercion or something. Because we still really need to have more piping in here in this case. Oh, wrong word to use for this case, but we still need to have more information around the criminal organization. So if this is a part of connecting those dots, then so be it, right? All right, so we are on lunch break. Let me just put a note out here that is the case. Uh, and I am going to do as I have been doing, and then turn some music on. And I'll probably come back maybe even before the court is back, especially if I see any relevant updates that we need to pull up. But yeah, this hold on, I will share with you all before I leave what I have about Kaplan. Let's see if we have a picture of him. I don't see a picture of him, but I'm trying. Um, in this article, yeah, I let's see. Hold on, let me share my screen and play this and just see if it mentions him at all or shows a picture. All right, so let's see what we might can find out. But since he's just an employee um, of Diddy's, it kind of explains too why we weren't able to find much on him. So let's just take a quick look or a quick listen.
Our family treats every call like it's someone's friend, family, or loved one.
When you call, we listen. We get started.
We don't pay until we win. That's
Okay,
the
come on.
Bernstein advantage.
We're going to continue on this conversation. Of course, this highly anticipated trial, they are now charging, again, the federal government is charging Diddy with sex trafficking by force, transportation to engage in prostitution, and racketeering conspiracy as a part of this blockbuster federal indictment that was originally filed back in September of 2024. Of course, Combs has pleaded not guilty to all of these charges, but I now want to bring into the conversation legal analyst Nima Rahmani. Nima, thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. We just got a few of those nuts and bolts about what happened in court today with TMZ, but let's get into the nitty gritty of it. I want to put this up on folks' screen. If they didn't see this tweet that also came from TMZ today, this is regarding some of the stuff that Homeland Security investigators, a special agent Gerard Gannon, was on the.
So just even showing here in case folks didn't see this earlier or not following it, this is what's causing a lot of people a lot of heartache, if you will, because they just feel like so much of what people are saying is still related to the stuff we already know. And for some, they don't feel like we're seeing anything yet connected to criminal organizations, sex trafficking, and so on. So a lot of people are still kind of saying, okay, where's the evidence?
Stand today testifying about some of the things that they discovered inside of Combs's Miami Beach mansion. This was during one of those infamous raids, AR-15 style rifles and ammunition as well. Again, Nima here, our legal analyst, here to help us break it down. How much is this going to play into the trial? This them talking about the raids. He's just now getting on the scan, talking about the meticulous nature of how they conducted this. But for the prosecution, what is it going to be important for them to extract there from this witness?
Christina, this was very important testimony today from the government's last witness to talk about what they recovered from the raids. And we're talking about Miami. So AR-15 components that could be used as automatic weapons, loaded magazines, obviously the baby oil that we've been talking about. But it was testimony throughout the day that really touches upon that force component. Everyone's been asking, well, how is this sex trafficking? Isn't this just domestic violence or isn't this just rape? Well, sex trafficking is force, fraud, or coercion when it comes to sex. And we heard testimony about that force today. So obviously the guns. We heard Regina Ventura talk about the beatings and the pictures of those beatings that Cassie suffered. We even heard from David James, Combs' assistant, that talked about an episode where they went looking for Suge Knight at Mel's Diner, and Combs had 3 loaded guns in his lap. So
This is why I think it's so important, like when we're following the details of this cases, other than just what we're hearing from reporters. I can tell y'all just from my observations alone, how this guy who is talking right now is teeing up like how to connect the dots is not how I'm perceiving what's happening in this courtroom at all. And even when I listen to other people, regardless of what side they're on, and quite frankly, from what I've seen, yes, there's a lot of people who feel like they just haven't shown the evidence yet of the crimes that Diddy has been charged with. But a lot of those people who are saying that, they still hope that they do bring it forward because they do want Diddy to go to jail. So I'm not talking about that fringe group, if it's that fringe group, because I still think it is. That's just like free Diddy no matter what you find. I'm not talking about those people, right? But how he just tried to package that is not what I'm getting from what is being fed as far as what's actually going on in the court. So, you know, I'm just saying.
is all part of the government's strategy to show that enterprise, right? To show that force and why the freak-offs weren't consensual.
And when we're talking about another person who took the witness stand today, you just mentioned it, Regina Ventura. Cassie's own mother talked about there shockingly that she had to take out a $20,000 loan. This is because of some of those threats that Diddy allegedly made, saying that he would release sex tapes of Cassie. This is truly, like you're saying, some of the criminal nature of these allegations that we've maybe been waiting to uncover there in court.
Absolutely, Christina. Even though it lasted approximately only 15 minutes, I think Regina's testimony was probably one of, or if not the most powerful of the witnesses so far.
This, I 100% agree with him on. I 100% agree with him on. I've said it in my live yesterday. Her testimony to me was very powerful. I think we were all blown away when we heard that you had to take a mortgage and equity loan out on your home to meet the demand of Diddy asking you for $20,000. And if you didn't, he threatened to release these tapes and might bring some harm to Cassie and the kid Cudi. And he wanted the $20,000 to recoup the money that he felt he had wasted on her career while she's out here dealing with Kid Cudi. He was upset about that, and we were just shocked that wait, you had to take out you and your husband had to take out an equity loan on your home for $20,000 to wire to this millionaire, and you wired it to him based off of the instructions you got from his bookkeeper. What? Now that's fitting into some stuff that's not related to domestic violence where I'm like, oh no, And so I thought it was a very powerful testimony yesterday, and I thought it was also very powerful that the defense had no questions, and that was a smart choice by the defense.
She talked and introduced evidence of the bruising, but it's really that $20,000 extortion demand, right? Diddy was unhappy that Cassie was reportedly dating Kid Cudi. We know that Kid Cudi is going to testify maybe as early as tomorrow. So he demanded in an email through an intermediary, of course, he didn't use his own name, that Cassie pay $20,000 or he would release 2 sex tapes, one on Christmas Day. So this is corroboration of Cassie's testimony that he was using those sex tapes as blackmail. And Regina Ventura panicked. She had to get a home equity line. She wired that money to the account that Combs or his employee demanded. Now, the money was returned approximately 4 or 5 days later without explanation. But Christina, this is extortion. This is one of those racketeering predicate acts. The government is
Agree. When that happened yesterday, I said, okay, finally we got something. Okay. Agree, agree, agree. And it doesn't matter that 4 or 5 days later he wired the money back. That doesn't matter. He still extorted these people. And can you imagine the jury, who's probably like everyday people like us, not a millionaire like him, or now he's a billionaire, not like that, not a wealthy, rich person? Can you imagine what people on that jury thought when they heard that they had to take out an equity loan on their home to pay Diddy $20,000 in order for him not to do these things he was threatening? I think that was one of the biggest moments that we've had so far out of all of the testimony, including Cassie's.
proving through these other witnesses more to the Cassie story. And it was so powerful. Mark Agnifilo, Diddy's lead lawyer, tried to exclude some of this testimony. Judge Subramanian said, no, it's coming in. And after Regina Ventura testified, Christina, the defense just got up there. Mark Agnifilo, he didn't even ask any questions, which is probably the right thing to do when you're dealing with a victim's mother. But again, probably the most powerful testimony, or at least up there with Cassie's, of the trial so far.
I'm glad you mentioned that because I think I saw so many people on social media wondering. This is the first time, again, that a witness there brought by the prosecution has not been cross-examined by the defense. What was it behind this decision? How powerful is it that he decided not to go against anything that Cassie's mother was saying? And how does that affect the jurors if they see the defense decide not to ask any questions?
I think the defense is playing this very carefully in terms of how they're dealing with the witnesses. The opening statement, right? Tenny Garagos, a young female. Cassie Ventura, Anna Estevio, again, young female. They're very qualified. I'm not saying they're not, but this is part of the strategy. Yesterday, you had Westmoreland, again, another female who was cross-examining Don Richard. And Agnifilo obviously is the most experienced, probably one of the biggest names on the defense team. But, you know, if you're going after the mom who's talking about how she was shown bruising, beatings that her daughter suffered, right? She talked about an episode.
And not only was she shown bruising, she took pictures. So that was part of the evidence too, and part of what the jury saw. There was just no way the defense could question Cassie's mom at all. It would be a lose lose for them. It was absolutely no way they could question her. That's why to me this was such a huge moment for the government yesterday.
Episode where Combs took Cassie's cell phone and wouldn't give it back. She was talking about the abuse that she saw her daughter suffer. You know, what points are you going to score if you're the defense? So they took a very cautious approach. They just got up there and said, no questions. I've seen this a lot when you're dealing with family members of victims where you don't want to go after them very aggressively. And that's exactly what happened here, Christina.
All right. Also, other testimony that we're anticipating, we've been talking a lot about it, some of these high profile witnesses. Kid Cudi, of course, it's been told in court that he was in some sort of relationship with Cassie Ventura, which then spread to a whole bunch and host of other things happening behind the scenes. He could be taking the stand as soon as tomorrow. What will his testimony potentially prove? Why does the prosecution want him up there on the witness stand?
His testimony is going to be very important. I think the government's next witness, though, will be Dawn Hughes. She's also important. She is the psychologist, the abuse expert. She's, of course, testified in other big cases. R. Kelly, people that watch Johnny Depp, Amber Heard will remember her. She's testifying in the Weinstein case. So that's the expert that's going to talk about the psychology of abuse and answer the question, well, why didn't Cassie leave? Why did she stay in this relationship for 10 years? So I think she's next, but I guess after that, all eyes.
And she did testify this morning, and I think she did a pretty decent job. She's being crossed right now by the defense. Once they return from lunch, I'm sure they'll pick back up with her. Kid Cudi, by the way, was supposed to testify today, but for whatever reason, he wasn't able to testify. The judge was made aware of it this morning, but they're thinking the earliest he might be in the courtroom might actually be tomorrow.
Eyes will be on Kid Cudi. He is going to be a very important witness. We heard testimony that Combs threatened to blow up his car. And then the testimony today was he's going to send people after Kid Cudi and Cassie because he was upset that they were in a relationship together. This is the violence. This is the force. And we saw the criminal enterprise today. We saw with James, who was the assistant, things that he was doing to set up these freak offs. So now you have the criminal enterprise and you're having the pattern of racketeering activity. So this is all very relevant information.
Okay, now that part I don't agree with. I don't think David James's testimony supported criminal enterprise at all. It only supports a criminal enterprise if the people on the jury believe that Cassie was forced during all of these or during these freak offs or during any of the freak offs that James bared witness to. And he literally walked in on one. He literally, this personal assistant walked in. Yeah. So, but I don't feel like what James did yesterday did what this reporter is now saying. David James, the personal assistant, was very entertaining. It seemed like he brought maybe even some laughter to the courtroom, but in my opinion, it did not do what this reporting is suggesting.
Information for the charges in the case and what the government's trying to prove. And of course, Kid Cudi is the first after Cassie star witness who's going to take the stand in this case. And the question is he just the last or will there be others as well? You mentioned Michael B. Jordan is probably someone that we may hear from too.
Now, I don't know why they got to bring Michael B. Jordan into this. Am I protective of Michael B. Jordan? Yes. Yes, I am protective of Michael B. Jordan because I have no reason not to be. Did we not just see Sinners? According to everything that we've heard, even from Cassie's best friend, who's testified, well, her ex-best friend, and from Cassie, from what we understand, Diddy called Michael B. Jordan because he heard that he and Cassie might be dating or something, and he basically threatened. This is the rumor that he threatened Michael B. Jordan, and from what I understand, Michael B. Jordan called Cassie, let her know what was going on, and I don't know if that was the end of that situation. That's all that has been presented to us in the public. So I'm hoping they do not call Michael B. Jordan to the stand because I just don't want Michael B. Jordan involved in any of this mess because I don't think they need his star power to convince the jury that Diddy was out here doing wild stuff as far as like he was jealous, he was violent, I mean, I think we've checked those boxes. So I would prefer if they would just leave Michael B. Jordan out of that.
Everyone has been talking about the celebrity aspect as well because it just adds to sort of the interest around the case. But again, no cameras there in federal court. So when these folks take the stand, we'll only hear from reporters who are there in the room, sort of what they've seen and what they hear on the witness stand. All right. So we do have to talk about another witness that took the stand as well today, including the sex, I should say, escort, male escort. He was also an exotic dancer as well. He took the stand, though, talking about some of the escapades that he had there between Cassie and Diddy. How important is it that we heard from him? Of course, he had a very interesting name as well, the Punisher.
Yeah. Yes, Hayes, the Punisher, really fascinating witness, the second escort or sex worker that we've heard from. And he told a consistent story from the witness we heard on Monday, day one, that he would be called. Oftentimes he was called by Cassie herself. He would show up. One interesting thing was he didn't really talk about drug use. He said maybe there was some marijuana use, but not some of the drug use that we had heard from other witnesses. But he would show up and he would be paid anywhere from $1,000 to $2,000 to perform these sex acts while Combs watched. Again, consistent story when it came to the freak offs. This is all very important for the government because what you want to do, Christina, is really overwhelm the defense. You have witness after witness telling the same.
I don't know if that's what you want to do. When I listen to some of the legal experts, they say, yeah, there is a point where for the jurors it becomes like too much. Like you want to make sure you make your point. Like say for example, if the prosecutor is using the domestic violence angle to really try to set a strong foundation that this is a monster and he's capable of the things that we are going to be showing you some type of evidence on that may not be they may not feel it's as strong as the tape of the violence, so that's why they're kind of oversaturating the jury with it at this point. Some legal experts and lawyers are saying that's not smart because there is a tipping point where it could actually go the other way and you could have jurors right now saying, okay, I agree, he is like a horrible person, but you haven't shown me what he's guilty of other than DV. So I think it's a balancing act.
Story. Maybe one of them has a motivation to lie, right? Because they filed a civil lawsuit or they want to get revenge or get famous and Combs didn't help them. But when you have all these witnesses who are coming and telling these stories in a very, very public way, I mean, these are embarrassing details. I don't think Hayes wants the entire world to know. But when you have these types of witnesses, and that's why this trial is going to last 2 months, the government is going to make sure that they have enough people to prove all the elements of the trial. Because folks that are watching, they might say, well, Cassie's lying, or, Don Richard is lying, or other folks are lying. But when all the sex workers get up there, I think that's going to be too much for the jurors to disbelieve.
And I have to ask you before I let you go here.
I think what this reporter is not understanding is that as the sex workers testify, right? I don't think everybody on the jury, I can't imagine anybody on that jury needs one more witness to acknowledge that these things, as far as the freak offs, were happening. Yeah. So I think depending on what the testimony is, like say for example, the escort who testified the other day, the one that calls himself the Punisher. A part of his testimony, he said that Cassie and Diddy very much enjoyed when they got together. Now, just stay with me now. We don't know how a person or persons on the jury might interpret that. If they are already kind of like, I'm not sure he forced her into all of that, because from some of the messages she even sent to him that we've already heard, she seemed to be down with it. So hearing that type of feedback from one of the male sex workers could, for that person or persons on the jury, make them a little bit more solid in what they're already thinking. So again, I don't think it is as buttoned up as this reporter here again is trying to suggest.
Nima, as we're taking a look at some of those folks, as you just said, up on the witness stand, telling their stories. Lastly, we also heard from one of the former assistants of Diddy as well, talking about the nature of their relationship. But you touched on this earlier, talking about an instance where Diddy seemed violent. How does that play into this case? And what can the defense do to try to push back against some of these claims, as well as why is the prosecution bringing up this alleged violent nature?
And before he even answers this, I'm just going to say right now, I have a problem with what she just said. Somebody, quote unquote, seeming violent because there was an incident where we went to a diner. We were looking for somebody. They were looking for Suge Knight. It's something the assistant talked about, which is a bit comical in a way if you even think about the assistant. But I could get into that later. Somebody seeming to be violent and somebody like owning guns and that type of thing, that is not enough to say that the person did though a thing that you're saying that they did. So yeah, I'm sure the prosecution, the government is trying to say, you see, look, you see, so if he did this, then it should be plausible that he could have done this. That to me is not enough in a case where somebody could go to prison for the rest of their life. The government needs to bring forward whatever information they have where people don't have to try to do this patchwork quilt approach to get too guilty. If you got some solid evidence to say this is a criminal organization and here's why. He employed these people to do these things to facilitate this criminal activity, then fine. But haven't seen him have a tantrum or haven't seen him have guns on his lap or have and if it wasn't okay, when he had the gun on his lap at the time, was he threatening somebody? Was he intimidating somebody? Was he coercing somebody to do something that was illegal or make somebody do something against their will? If those activities were not happening in the moment where you saw him with a gun on his lap or saw that a gun was in his house, I don't that you cannot connect those dots. So how do you know how many people would be in jail? So that's just not reasonable to me.
Christina, the former employees are important, especially the personal assistants. If my assistant Julia took the stand, I would be terrified. She knows where the bodies are buried, and that's how it is in every one of these cases.
David James, the personal assistant who took the stand, did not give us any bodies.
You had James talk about buying condoms, Astroglide, getting Percocet, even getting just for men, hair dye for Diddy. I mean, he exposed.
Is that criminal? The hair dye? Why do we need to know that? This if the room far as the freak offs and all of that, if the defense then turns around and connect that to a freak off that based off of their information, Cassie set up, Cassie paid for, Cassie did whatever. And like I say, stay with me now. I'm just saying how jurors could interpret this, how some of the folks on the jury could interpret this. What does that mean? That is still not necessarily enough to tell me that in that moment that she was in a forced situation, right? So where's the crime? And I think that's what you're hearing a lot of folks be challenged with because again, there is no debate around the domestic violence piece. We all saw it. I won't even have a debate on that. Okay? That is what that was. Okay? But it is not as buttoned up as these people are trying to make seem in this reporting that we're listening to right now. And this is why people end up being so shocked and floored when a jury goes a way they didn't expect, because sometimes we be set up, almost kind of like election night, be set up to think that you're going to have a certain outcome, and then you don't have that outcome. Okay?
All the secrets today. And he talked about an episode where he walked into one of these freak offs. Cassie was on the bed. He saw a male with long hair. He called it a large endowment. So he actually is a percipient eyewitness to one of these freak offs. And he talked about this controlling nature that Combs had. He would search him, he would subject him to lie detector tests. We talked about the Suge Knight episode. Here's someone in Combs's inner circle that knows all the intimate details and the secrets. So employees like that are going to be extremely important. The question I have, Christina, is when will Christina Horam take the stand? She is Combs' chief of staff. I think she knows everything. And if she
Now I agree with that. The Diddy's chief of staff that they also call KK. Yeah, I want to see her. I want to see what she testifies about. And I'm hoping that she testifies about more than just domestic violence, because that box is checked and that's not a charge for Diddy. And I hope that she testifies about something that shows the criminal organization, that shows the sex trafficking, and if she's even aware of any incidents where anybody, including Cassie, was forced into any of these freak offs without their consent and she bore witness to that. That's the type of stuff we need to hear at this point. The domestic violence angle now, it's just been done for the first 7 days of the trial. So I hope if KK does take the stand, and I'm assuming she is, because she had to take a deal. Because if not, she'd be like Epstein's chief of staff, and she would be sitting in prison right with that lady, but as a co-conspirator. So I know she took a deal, and so I'm hoping she gets up there and tells us something along the lines of what I just said.
testifies against Combs, which I expect that could be very, very damaging for the defense.
And it'll be interesting to watch as well. Of course, Nima, we also want to thank your assistant, Julia, because she helps you get you here on the show each and every day to talk about some of these takes as well. Before I let you go, Nima, though, anything else we should really be on the lookout for? You just mentioned Christina Coram. Anything else we should be paying attention to this week?
Julia is the absolute best. I got to say that. I think tomorrow's testimony is going to be so important. Dr. Hughes. Again, I think she's going to explain that psychology of abuse. Obviously, Kid Cudi, someone who Combs was very jealous about. I think each day is incredibly important. And brick by brick, we're seeing the government prove its case. The defense has its hands full right now.
All right, and we've all been glued and tuned in again, and we appreciate Nima Rahmani for joining us here today to break down the very latest in the Sean Diddy Combs federal case. We'll keep our eyes on any updates that continue to come out. Thanks so much, Nima.
Okay, so there's that. Uh, let's see. I think I also wanted to check out the photos of what was in Diddy's Miami home. The federal government has released those now. So let's see. And I think TMZ had them all on their site. So let's take a look and just see. Maybe it looks more nefarious than what the special agent testified to when he was on the trial, because I tell you, for me, this was another day where I was actually frustrated with a special agent. He's the second special agent that we've seen, and I'm just expecting the special agents for the government to really be bringing to us on the witness stand the pieces are really showing that this was a criminal organization and that there was sex trafficking. That's what I'm expecting to see from the special agents. And outside of the special agent just mentioning that there were a couple of guns with the serial number carved out, which I thought, okay, that I know is illegal. Now, how does that tie back to the fact that he's also running a criminal organization in the sex trafficking? Because I'm like, come on, if y'all don't beef that up, y'all about to let this man go home, okay? And so I just been disappointed in the special agent's testimony because I don't feel like they've been giving us that. So anyway, here on TMZ, let's see. I think this is from this is from the feds released the Miami Mansion raid pics, drugs, bondage gear, high heels. Again, that's telling me about your freak. That's telling me about your kinks. That is not necessarily telling me that you are guilty of these things for which you are now charged. The special agent was asked this morning, Did you have any photos of Diddy or from at the Miami house? He said no. There was so much speculation with all of the raids that there were going to be all of these videos, not just with Cassie, of course, but these videos and photos and all the things that would kind of make this a slam dunk and that type of thing. And so far, uh, but let me check myself. It is day 8 and what is to be an 8-week trial. So maybe it is to come, but it's moving kind of slow. Okay, so this is one of the pictures from the room, government exhibit. Now they mentioned this. They mentioned this in the trial that platform shoes with heels, and they said some of the heels were 4 inches long, were found. Oh my goodness! Oh, so they got again. This is kind of just when you see it, it's kind of jarring, but nevertheless, this okay. All right, I'm gonna stop talking and just so we have these heels and we got all of these little outfits here and we got deluxe buckle love cuffs and Diddy is just this is just and this is just the freak part of it all. Just like when did this start with him, I wonder? Was this a was he like this before the fame and the riches? I mean, because it's a lot going on. Let's say if he was not guilty of anything, including, let's say if he had not committed domestic violence, because he clearly has, and we just saw this, it still would just be like, yo, you're nasty. You're definitely nasty. Okay. So I guess this is one of the magazines from one of the guns. I think now how the guns are here in the picture. I think the defense pushed back on this morning because I think the defense was saying the way the guns were shown to the jury were not the way the guns were found in Miami, that they weren't together. They were actually disassembled. So I know the defense called that out this morning. Uh, so I guess a magazine and more bullets. More of the I call these stripper heels. Stripper heels. Look at these shoes, like the platform and the heels, and whatever this is, this whatever this bondage stuff is here. Okay. I think more gun stuff. More gun stuff, and I'm trying to look as if this is where. If I don't know if it doesn't look like it, but I know they said that serial numbers were scratched off, so I'm not really sure. Maybe on something not even that picture. Okay, they talked about finding drugs and traces of cocaine, which definitely looks like that might have been what's there. But they definitely talked about the drugs they found. They talked about the guns, of course, 45 they found, which is not illegal in Florida. Um, okay, ammunition, cocaine, $100 bill. Don't know for sure how that was used, but so these are pictures from the raid at Diddy's mansion. So still, like I said, may not be at this point strongly connecting to what his charges are, but it's still just a lot. Just it's just a lot. It's a lot. And thinking about how the jury might be perceiving any of this, whether it's connected directly to the crime or not. Um, I'm not really sure what this is. I don't know if this is something related to the guns or something related to drugs. I'm not really sure what this is. Okay. Not sure what that is either. Okay. Oh, so inside here he had that looks like, I guess, marijuana and I guess whatever else they found in there. Oh, what is that? I'm trying to see what is that. If somebody in the comments know what, I don't see- I'm trying to read it, but I cannot make out what that is. Okay. More guns and Popsy lingerie. More of these heels. Okay, I guess here's some type of bondage thing. Um, but again, people have kinks. Okay, more of the lingerie and more of the heels and whatever this get up is over here. Look like all of this stuff looks like it's in the bondage. Look like handcuffs, rope. Okay. Again, we got tons of evidence that the man it has a lot of kinks and but you gotta prove well, you know what they gotta prove. I just don't even want to say it anymore. What is this? You I ain't quite in. What love you? Uh, what is going on this mirror? Do you want? Do you want? Do you want? Okay, I was trying to make that picture bigger so I can see what in the hell is going on in this picture. And Diddy, I know you got housekeepers, so what is all of this? I think the last thing he's worrying about is how his stuff look. But I mean, just well, maybe why is this looking like this with all these housekeepers you got? Okay, you a legend and something quite and something. Love you. Do you want? Not do you want? I was trying to read what is written on these mirrors. I'm wondering who's doing the writing. Is it him? You a legend. Quite an icon. Is that something that people were writing on here? Was he writing it on there? I don't know. But okay. All right. They mentioned the gold box with the name Puff inscribed on it. Okay. Uh, what more drugs? I'm assuming drugs. More drugs. Uh, I have tropical power. Not sure what this is either. Okay. Okay. Another look like closet or storage area. Bubble. Well, I thought about bubble. I'm thinking about baths because of the rubber duck. Why we got all right, baby oil, more Astroglide. I don't know what this was over here. Screw the gas cylinder by hand before always ran it. Release residue gas. I don't know what kind of whatever that is. Um, but yeah, okay. So you got plenty of that. We know that's his staple now. Where the rubber ducky comes in, I don't think I want to know. Uh, more drugs. Okay. Where he gets his haircut, shoes. Okay. I don't know what we're supposed to take from that. Maybe a pair of women's shoes, uh, or boots. Okay. What is this? Extra cell phones. Um, I know they said there was $100 bill that tested, I guess, positive for for cocaine. So I don't know if that's what this evidence is. Maybe. They did mention a Gucci bag that had different things in it. More, oh my, more kink stuff. The high heel shoes. You all can read what that is because I'm definitely not saying it on YouTube. And whatever this stuff is, I don't know what that is. Whatever that is. Okay, more boots, more cell phones. Is this more Astroglide and baby oil other than, excuse me, what was in the other pic? Is that a different location? Hold on. Let's see if that's in the, let's see if it's in the same basket. It's about not to be worth going back now. It's taking too long. Okay. I can't remember if, oh, okay, yeah, that's a totally different set of baby oil and Astroglide because the one that we left was in a wired basket. So it's different from that one. So, okay, this dude, this is at his Miami house. He had stuff. See, it's different. So this is in a different location. At least this one still has a seal on it. But what? These look full though. Moving right along. Okay, more pictures of the heels, more drugs, more drugs, more drugs. Is this what did they say? Oh, I can't tell. What's on there? More drugs. And I guess this is just a picture of just showing there's some more baby oil in there. Hmm. Okay, so that is definitely, and I saw this was the one, the picture of they had with Cassie's bruises. That's hard to see. That is hard to see. That's why I say I will not debate anybody. I will not debate anybody. I will not be a part of any conversation around whether or not Cassie is a victim of domestic violence. Cassie is a victim of domestic violence, and I will not have any debate about it. Okay. Even like I said earlier on this live, someone in a group chat I was in last night said, well, the first time she got hit during domestic violence, she was guilty, but after that, it was a choice. That is such foolishness. Okay. And that's a horrible thing to say for all the victims of domestic violence because we all know without an expert having to tell us that there's a lot of women who don't leave after the first time. So I just couldn't believe that person even said that. But like I said, I'm not getting into a debate with anybody about this case when it comes to the question of if anybody has the question of if Cassie was a victim of domestic violence, because Cassie was clearly a victim of domestic violence. And my God, you had a videotape to even prove that she was. So I won't entertain that at all. At all. Okay. All right. So I don't know if TMZ, they normally also do like an an update on what's going on with the trial throughout the day. And I don't know if they've done that this morning or not. Okay. So I was just checking to see if there was something there that we might want to tap into. And maybe not. Let's see. Yeah, that was from May 19th.
I knew that I wasn't in good health. Then one day I went to get my blood work done and the results
No,
were not
no.
good. I was potentially going to take time away from me with
All
my
right.
children. I did try a GLP-1 once before.
Okay, so we're gonna X out of that. All right. I think we may have a few minutes left. I didn't see when the judge said people were to return back from lunch. Let me just check quickly because if they haven't returned already yet, they might be close to it. Let's see what has happened while we were away. Mm, okay, they are back, I believe. Okay, hold on. Let me make sure I'm up to date with what's going on. Okay, right now it's just a judge and a. Okay, yep, they are back. They are back. So let me get you all over to the live feed. But probably before we do that, we can check into what the updates have been on the CNN side because they tend to be a little bit more succinct or have more context, I should say. Um, okay, so one thing they said with CNN updated one minute ago that the defense attorney asked psychologist Dr. Hughes to confirm she has not gathered detailed information about the specific facts on this case. And you know the reason why they did that is because she said something when she was answering a question from the prosecutor about taking people's laptops, and it's like, well, okay, now wait, and it was objected to, and they had to strike that response. But Hughes then responded, Dr. Hughes responded, quote, I'm not rendering any opinion about a specific individual. When asked, Dr. Hughes said she's heard there's someone named Cassie in this case. Now, see, that to me makes her like, I hate when people do crap like that because you lose credibility. You heard, I'm not rendering any opinions about a specific individual. Dr. Hughes said she's heard there's someone named Cassie in this case. Lady, you have also already testified that you saw stuff in the media about the case and you know who Cassie is. So see, to me, that would make her, that again would just make me raise an eyebrow. She's already responded to the prosecutor's questions this morning, and she did a really good job. There was a couple of little hiccups, but for the most part, she did a good job just talking about, domestic violence and just trying to, explain some things from an expert perspective, but not specific to Cassie and Diddy, right? So I just don't know the point in trying to act like you don't know who Cassie is. I mean, come on, you that's just, I just don't understand it. Um the defense attorney confirmed the forensic psychologist didn't hear Cassie's testimony or review records. And then CNN notes, remember, Dr. Hughes said earlier today that she's testifying as a quote unquote blind expert, okay, to provide the jury with information about domestic violence, rape, sexual assault, and traumatic stress. She said she has not interviewed anyone connected to the case. So, yeah, then she needs to, she's starting to look a little shady. Now, we're going to go on over to the X feed. And I'm calling that out because, like I said, I think she did a fairly good job this morning testifying. But when it was known that she was the one who was going to be the witness, the people on the X thread for this case of what's going on inside the courtroom, they had a very strong reaction to her being the person that the prosecutor had called as an expert. And people were saying that she just did a really, really bad job on the case, on the Johnny Depp case. So, you know, I don't know. I didn't know who this lady was, but the comments, there were a lot of comments of people just saying, I can't believe they hired her to be the expert witness because of how horrible she was during the Johnny Depp trial. So I, I'm just telling you what the people said in the comments. And so now for her to say, I heard there's somebody named Cassie involved in this case, lady, don't do that. Because that makes you look not credible. Makes you look a little cuckoo and like you just straight up lying. And why would you feel the need to do that? I'm just saying this. Okay, so anyway, they're back. Let's see. The prosecutor said, Your Honor, we emailed you an exhibit over the week. Okay, over the break. Defense attorney said we object to it as hearsay. The statement, "Thank I feel you," from Mr. Combs is ambiguous. He could be saying thanks for the advice. The judge, we will pick it up after Dr. Hughes. Please get her back on the stand. Okay, so I don't know what that's about. Something sounds like something the prosecutor is trying to get in that the defense objects to. So I guess they're going to work that out later. Okay, so the witness is entering. Okay, so the defense picks back up. You are with the American Psychological Association, which says you should only render an opinion after an examination, right? I have to laugh about that because the defense, when she did get snappy before they went on lunch break, the defense asked her a question around the lines of, well, before you could really give an opinion, you would have to actually talk to the person, right? And she said, I am not divorced from, what she said? She said something about she's not divorced from, let me see, it may even be here. Where is it? I am not divorced from, because I thought it was so funny. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? They can. I don't have a good. It must be just a little bit more up. There it is. She said, "I am not divorced from my training." She didn't like that question from the defense at all. Okay, so let's get back to where they are now since they're back from lunch. Okay, here they are. This is where they are. All right. So again, the defense attorney said, you are with the American Psychological Association, which says you should only render an opinion after an examination, right? And she said, where? Dr. Hughes said, this is a different role. The defense said, you have not gathered information about this case, right? She said, I am not rendering an opinion on any individual. Defense attorney, there's someone named Cassie, but you don't know what she said, right? She said, I don't. Defense attorney, you've testified across the river in EDNY, right? She said, right. And you say the same thing, even though those cases are different, correct? She said, it's to help the jurors understand. But it's their job to consider their case, right? Oh, I see where they're trying to. I see where they're trying to go. I see where they're trying to go. So that's why I just say, this expert who's getting paid $600 an hour or $6,000 for the day when she has to come to court, she needs to she needs to stay the course of what it is that she is supposed to be doing and not kind of veer off from it, because I see what they're trying to do. And again, I think the advice or the expert opinion that she gave earlier about domestic violence and the different things that go along with that, I thought it was very good. But saying stuff like there's somebody named Cassie and I'm not divorced from my training, you got to remember these are human beings on the jury. And if you rub them the wrong way, you could potentially put them at risk of like just not really listening to you or being feeling some kind of way about what you're saying. And who knows, that might make them even more open than to the expert that is going to be presented by the defense. I'm just saying these are all the things that could be happening because at the end of the day, the people on this jury, they're just human like us. And we, as human beings, come with our biases, our lived experiences, our belief systems, and all of that is going to be some kind of factor in a situation that we have to have some kind of judgment on. So I'm just saying. All right. She said, okay, and Dr. Hughes said is to help a jury understand. That's why she says the same thing, even though the cases are different when she's in court. And he said, but it's their job. I'm assuming meaning the jury, but it's the jury's job to consider their case, right? And let's see if she says anything after that. The defense attorney says, you don't publish data on the patients you have evaluated, do you? She said, it's confidential. Defense attorney. So I can't cross check your experience, the basis of what you are saying, right? Uh, the defense attorney said, people might go to a civil lawyer to make a little money, right? The prosecutor object. The judge said, let's move on. The defense attorney says, in civil litigation, you might look for malingering, right? Okay, let's see what she says there. Okay, we're waiting, and while we're waiting for that, you know what I'm going to do? I'm gonna go and look up the legal definition for malingering in case it means something different than what I'm thinking it means. So let's take a quick look and see what that is. All right. Let's see. Cause that I'm not really sure in a legal sense, what does malingering actually mean? All right. So let me let you all see the same thing that I'm looking at here as far as the definition. All right. So it says in a legal context, malingering is a deliberate feigning or exaggeration of physical or psychological symptoms to gain a benefit, such as avoiding work, avoiding military duty, obtaining financial compensation, or avoiding criminal responsibility. It's about intentionally pretending to be ill or injured to receive something they wouldn't otherwise get. Hmm. Here's a more detailed breakdown. Intentional faking. Malingering involves actively pretending to have an illness or injury rather than just experiencing symptoms without intention. Seeking a benefit. The core reason for malingering is to gain an advantage, such as avoiding work, obtaining disability payments, or reducing potential. Okay, I don't know if that's relevant here. Criminal defense. Defendants might feign mental illness to avoid prosecution or a harsher sentence. Okay, so we get the sense of how they're using that. And so let's go back to the question. So the question from the defense was in civil litigation, you might look for malingering, right? Okay. So that's the question on the table. And I wanted us to look at the definition of malingering from a legal perspective to just see exactly what might the defense be getting at here. Okay. So let me get you guys back on the thread where I am so you can follow along because we do have an update from inside the courtroom, and that is right here. Good. So you all can see it. All right. So we left off with the defense attorney saying in civil litigation, you might look for malingering, right? And then we skip to the defense attorney saying, you gave a webinar, and I'm sure she responded to that. It's not captured here, but I'm sure we'll get more when we flip to the CNN side. All right. So the defense attorney said, you gave a webinar about giving expert witness testimony, right? Dr. Hughes, yes, said yes for battered women. And defense attorney said, let me show you. And there's a sidebar. The judge called a sidebar. All right. So, oh, let's see here. During the sidebar exhibit from Star Island Raid, Baby Oil, and Astroglide, what is going on? Is this the exhibit? What is going on? Hold on. Let's go back up and see. What did I just do? My apologies. Bear with me for a second. Let's try to get back to where we were. Okay. People might go to, okay, we got all of that. You gave a webinar about giving expert witness testimony, right? Dr. Hughes said yes for battered women. Um, and then the defense attorney said, let me show you DX. And then the judge called for a sidebar. Okay. Inner City Press is advising us that during the sidebar exhibit from Star Island Raid, the baby oil and ash. I don't know if that's part of the sidebar or what exactly is Inner City Press trying to tell us. And we looked at this while they were on lunch break because there is like 46 pictures that have been released from the Miami raid. This was one of them. And let me tell you, there was another basket that had more Astroglide and I don't know why I keep wanting to say olive oil. I don't know why. But there was another basket of Astroglide and baby oil. So Diddy had a lot. And I don't know, this I don't know why we got a rubber ducky up here with all this here. I don't even want to think about. I don't want to think about what that might be. Okay. Or might be connected to and all of this kinky stuff he was into. Let's see if we have any other update at this point. It appears not. We are waiting, and let's see if we have any other comments here about this testimony. Somebody just said, "Here we go. Here we go." Someone commented the defense might succeed in convincing the jury that the doctor gives biased testimony that is pro women by default, so they should disregard, undermine her testimony. Not my personal opinion, but I see what they are doing. I definitely can see what this person who left this comment is saying. Um, they said, "Oh yikes!" I'm not sure this would be a dent. I'm not really sure what that is connected to. Judge stepping in for the proper prosecution. Here it comes. Shake my head, mom. What you dealing with, man? SMT. Okay, not really sure what that comment is doing either. So, ooh, defense is going good today. Yeah, I would definitely say the defense today has not annoyed me to the extent that they ignored me in the past 2 days with several things. But one of the main things was they would be making a point on a given topic, and we're waiting for the answer to whatever the point they're trying to make. And they just jump all the way over to some other topic not connected to the thing they were just talking about. And at first, I thought, okay, maybe it's because how we're following this thread that Inner City Press is graciously providing to us that maybe, maybe just sometimes something's getting disjointed in how he's presenting it to us until I heard from other reporters in the courtroom who were complaining about the same thing over the past couple of days from the defense, just how they were just hopping around and not appearing in like closed circles when they're making a point. So I don't know. Like I said, I'm not a lawyer. Maybe some of that is strategy. Maybe they're going to circle back to it later in some way, but it was a lot of it. It was a lot of it. It was so much of it where it was just like, I don't know how the jury is like even following what you're saying right now, like at all. Okay, so let's see if we have any other update at this point. All right, there was a sidebar. Oh, okay. The judge told the jurors, "We're going to send you to the jury room for a bit. All rise." The jurors leave. The judge said yesterday, Mr. Shapiro submitted an exhibit ex parte. Now reviewing the document, what should I focus on? It shouldn't show this witness has a bias. Oh, oh, okay. So, yeah. Well, that comment we just read where the guy was saying that they're trying to show that she has a bias, like on behalf of women. And they were trying to show that that person obviously was exactly right because that is what is being challenged right now. So the jurors have left the courtroom for right now. And I guess the lawyers and the judge will have to work through what is going on. So, meanwhile, I think for us, I will definitely check and see what might be some other reporting going on with this case today that might be helpful. So let me just check and see if I can get some of that for you all. Why is this? I don't. This guy, the Punisher, who's written a book. I don't want to. I don't want to know. I don't want to see him anymore. Uh, let's see. I think we've already looked at the photos from the Miami raid. I think there was like it was 46 different pictures, and we looked at all of those. Uh, Psychologist testifying, we got that. Okay, so let's see. This was on May 24th. New Cassie injury photos entered in the court. Let's see if the gallery will launch. I don't even know how many photos are in this thing. We did see the one where she had the bruise on her brow, and I don't know if there's anything to see here because it's not loading anything. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. I think let me flip you all over to that screen just so you can see this. Well, I don't know. I don't think I even need to share that with y'all because it's on TMZ if you want to see it, but it's pictures with Cassie and it's showing some of the bruises on her. And the only reason why I say I don't want to show it because we did look at the bruises on her brow earlier, and I am also of the opinion that we we know for a fact that or any of us reasonable people out here, we know that Diddy is guilty of domestic violence, and so it's just you know try to limit our own trauma going through all of this. So let's see if we have a new update. Nothing on the just on the CNN side. They're just talking about the jurors were asked to leave so that the judge and the lawyers could work through the questions now about there being some bias. Okay, so outside of the presence of the jury, maybe somebody asked what ex parte was. And I learned that from the YSL trial. Okay, that's where the judge got in trouble for some ex parte things he was doing where all parties were not involved. And that's where I learned that term, ex parte. Okay, but anyway, the lawyers are arguing about an exhibit which the defense attorney is trying to use to impeach Dr. Hughes on the basis of her alleged bias. So they are arguing that now in front of the judge. Somebody said, wait, what? Somebody said, help me here. If baby oil is linked to multiple incidents, it could be used to suggest a deliberate method of behavior, not a one time event, but a repeated intentional act. This can support claims of premeditation or a signature pattern, especially in abuse cases, sex trafficking. I don't know. Maybe. I'm just, that's the question that the person put here. Maybe when I read it, I think that's a reach. I think that's a reach. I think if you came to my home and you found baby oil and Astroglide and you went to my second home at the beach, which I would love to have, by the way, my second home at the beach, and you also saw baby oil and Astroglide, I don't know how you then could say, okay, based on that, that is showing a pattern that she's in the sex trafficking. So I just think it's a reach. I just think it's a reach. So, like I said, as we get further into this trial, I am hoping that the government definitely is going to have the things and the evidence that's needed where it's not a reach, where you can say, oh, okay, they got them. They got them based on what they're looking for that is in alignment with this charge. And based on this particular evidence, they got them. That's what I'm hoping we'll see. Not the stuff where we're continuing to have to try to say, okay, if I go right, then go left, then turn around 3 times really, really fast, am I there then? And that's what it feels like we're trying to do with a lot of this information in this case. And so, but that's just my opinion. Um, and somebody said, yes, throw the whole shit out of court. She's a liar. Okay, that there are people of that opinion. That is not my opinion. That throw the whole thing out. My opinion is if you got evidence, let's start showing it. That's my opinion. He's not charged with domestic violence. Chop chop. Let's go. If you got the evidence to put this man away the way I believe he deserves to be put away, you need to start showing us some of that evidence. That's my take on it. But there are a lot of people of a different view who do believe that everything is being said here is a lie and that Diddy's being set up and all of that. And yeah, I'm sorry. I'm definitely not. I can't be a part of any kind of conversation that wants to say this is the system trying to bring Diddy down. Diddy brought himself down. Diddy brought himself down, whether he's guilty of everything that he's being accused of or not. The way he's lived, the way he's engaged with people, the way he's handled people, the way he's done so many things. And let's not forget the videotape, because you cannot act like you did not see that. Okay? He's done enough in his life with his privilege. With his privilege. He's gotten away with so many things he did not have to be accountable for during his lifetime that he should have made different choices. So I can't get on board with that narrative that the system is trying to bring Diddy down. I can't rock with it. Now, I do think this government, if you got the evidence for these charges, you need to bring it. But I can't get down with, look at the system bringing Diddy down. You know how many passes Diddy has gotten in his life? You think about even when Shine went to jail for him and he got off, when he got found not guilty. When you think about even the stuff that happened at that, what was that, a party he was throwing, this might have been closer to his college days when those people got trampled and killed. Do you know the things that Diddy has gotten away with? And instead of him saying, I'm going to tighten my shit up because I know I was lucky to get out of all of that crap, that he just used his privilege, his money and fame to do more stuff. Like, what they gonna do to me? Well, we here now. We are here now. So that's why I'm like, yeah, I'm with the whole notion of you've charged him with X, Y, and Z. You need to be presenting evidence for X, Y, and Z. I'm with that. Like I said, this whole thing, this trial, this case, the people that are involved, is multifaceted. It is very nuanced. It is not black or white. The only thing for me that's black or white in this whole case is the thing about the domestic violence. Diddy's guilty of domestic violence. Period. Cassie is a victim of domestic violence. Period. After that, everything is like we're waiting. There's mixed opinions, and I understand why there are mixed opinions. I even understand why there's mixed opinions on the freak offs based off of the evidence that we've been presented during this trial. I understand why people could be seeing it differently, right? I understand why many people, including people who are not Diddy supporters, are saying we're seeing too much at this point. Just solely focused on domestic violence. We need y'all to give us the other stuff connected to running a criminal organization to sex trafficking, because y'all keep on. This dude is going to be found not guilty because we're still talking about domestic violence. A lot of people feel that way, and it's just not the people commenting under social media posts and all that. It's experts, it's legal analysts, it's a lot of people saying this. So, we'll see. We are in day 8. We are in day 8 of what is supposed to be a 2-month trial. So we'll see. But yeah, so these pictures you see here, and we're waiting. They're on a sidebar right now, so we're waiting for the testimony to pick back up. But it is like, even these pictures here, if you go on TMZ's site, there's a gallery of 46 pictures from the raid at Diddy's Miami home. So the baby oil and the Astroglide you see here, there's another basket full of baby oil and Astroglide. And I'm like, okay, yep. They showed us a lot of stuff in those pictures, like handcuffs and rope and some freaky deaky outfits, lingerie, and some other stuff. Looked like some kind of bondage get up, and lots of drugs, lots of guns. There's a lot of stuff in those pictures. Okay. But we still need y'all to connect all that stuff. And you got to connect all that stuff to these charges. So, like I said, so much nuance, so much conversation, so much debate, understandably so, in my opinion, except for the domestic violence. So much understandable debate on everything else. And I don't think the government is helping that much. So now that's how it feels like the people out here who are observing this and taking all of this in. That's how it feels like a lot of us are feeling right now about this. But I wonder how the jury is feeling, because at the end of the day, that's what counts. Okay, so we have an update here. Well, there was a sidebar with the judge. Again, the defense is trying to bring in information to show that the prosecutor's expert witness, the psychologist who talked this morning about domestic violence, they're trying to bring in evidence that the prosecution is saying makes it look like their expert is biased, and so they're pushing back against the defense, wanting to show that information to the jury. So, and this expert witness, she is one that has been an expert witness in the Johnny Depp case. I know she has some kind of involvement in the R. Kelly case as well. I had no idea who this woman was, but I know once she took the stand and she was announced that she was the expert witness for the prosecution, there was an overwhelming amount of comments on this X thread from folks who could not understand why the prosecutors would get this woman. And they were not positive comments about her at all. They said she did a horrible job in the Johnny Depp trial. And it was a landslide where people were like, I can't believe they got her. So I don't know. We'll see. I thought she did fairly well for the prosecution. There were a couple of moments there where I was like, girl, what you doing? But other than that, I thought she did fairly well. So we'll see. So the update from Inner City Press at the moment says that from the judge, she can be shown the document about training domestic violence advocates and asked if she remembers. but I won't admit it as evidence until she denied it and it becomes prior inconsistent statement. Okay, understood. I get that. I get that, and I'll read it again, just so we're all clear. They're on a sidebar right now. The jury was actually sent out of the courtroom because the defense wanted to present information that would show that the expert witness for the prosecution has a bias, okay, towards women, right, in this, I guess, in this whole situation. And so the prosecution, of course, the government, they objected to that, and that's how we got into the situation we're in now, where the jury had to be sent out of the courtroom. So according to this most recent update from Inner City Press, the judge says she can be shown the document about training domestic violence advocates and asked if she remembers, but I won't admit it as evidence until she denied it, and then it becomes prior inconsistent statement. So, okay, fine. We understand where that is. I'm gonna hop over quickly and just let y'all know if there's anything on CNN's update. Let's see. So, lawyers debate asking psychologists about a webinar she gave in 2015. Let's see. Defense team wants to ask expert witness about a webinar. Okay, we pretty much covered that. The defense characterizes a psychologist as a biased professional witness. Defense attorney says a psychologist is someone who makes most of her money. Okay. The defense is saying that the prosecutor's witness or expert witness is a psychologist who makes most of her money as a professional witness and comes to the stand with a certain quote unquote perspective. This expert witness told us earlier, when she comes to court, she gets paid $600 an hour. And if she's there all day, she gets paid $6,000 per day. He said it's very relevant to the defense, telling the court that expert witnesses are very quote unquote dangerous because they come in with quote unquote an aura of authority. The assistant U.S. attorney, this is the government, said a document of bullet points from the presentation shouldn't be shown to the jury because it could be confusing and cause a sideshow. The judge said the document won't come in, but the defense can ask Hughes more about the training she gave. The document, now that I'm looking at it, doesn't say really anything about anything. Okay, so the last update. Okay, so we know the jury now has returned to the courtroom. I was reading from CNN's site just now, so I'm back with y'all on the X thread, and let's see if we've been given any other update. Okay, we're here now with the jury re-entering the courtroom. The defense attorney, and clearly Dr. Hughes is back on the stand. Defense attorney said, "Does this document refresh your recollection?" Dr. Hughes, let me look at it more closely. Yes. The defense. The fourth part is about navigating cross-examination. Right? And Dr. Hughes says, yes. This is interesting. This is interesting. And I'm curious to see. I already predict that there will be more objections from the prosecution. Someone commented, I'll read these comments as we wait for the next update to come in from the courtroom. But someone commented, I don't like Dr. Hughes. Hope they'll be done with her soon. That's somebody who left several comments about not liking this expert witness. And this person, by the way, is not a Diddy supporter, from what I could tell from her comments over the past few days. But she does not. She thinks this expert witness is horrible. Okay. Someone commented, they really trying to get this doctor. And someone else commented, get her. Oh, now come on. Somebody else said, I wish I could read the document. Yeah. Someone said, I thought she learned her lesson after the Johnny Depp case. Like I said, people were coming for this expert witness in the comments and said she was horrible during the Johnny Depp case. Somebody said, when you get too much motion on the stand, it's the defense's job to get you up off that MFR. Okay. Okay. Teaching people who may be malingering how to navigate cross examination. Huh. Okay, continue. Defense. And we, if you were with us, we went and checked out that malingering definition, especially as it relates to legal cases, to make sure we fully understood what was being said. Somebody else said, "Yep, she's done. Cook her." But I take these people do not like this expert witness. I don't know. I might have to go back out of my own curiosity and look at how she testified during the Johnny Depp case because people do not like this expert witness at all. At all. All right. So let's go back up and see if we have any other update at this point. At this point. Okay. And we do. Okay, so we left off with the defense attorney having Dr. Hughes look at a document to refresh her memory, and it's connected to a webinar that she gave. And the defense attorney said the fourth part is about navigating cross examination, right? Dr. Hughes said, yes. Defense attorney, most of your income comes from court related work, right? She said, no, maybe half. Defense attorney said, you've raised your rate to $600. Dr. Hughes says, it's been the same for some time. Uh, the defense said, but you've raised it. Dr. Hughes said, it is commensurate with others. Okay, so the defense right now is trying to say, y'all, look, jury, this is what we need y'all to understand. Okay, now I don't think they really were able to make the first part because the only way the judge said when the jury was out that he will allow them to literally see the document that he was showing the doctor was if she denied that she had anything to do with it or something like that. If it became an inconsistent statement, then he would allow the jury to see the document. So the jury didn't actually get to see the document. She hasn't caused an inconsistency, at least not yet. Okay. But the defense is really, really pushing for y'all. Look, this woman that the prosecution and went out and got, she's biased. The defense attorney, I mean, the jurors probably, if they have familiarity with trials and all of that and expert witnesses, they're probably like, yeah, that's what y'all supposed to do. Prosecutor's gonna go get somebody to they're gonna go get an expert that's gonna talk along the lines of the argument that they are making. And defense, when you all put your expert up on here, you all are going to put an expert up here who's going to talk to us along the lines of the argument that you all are trying to make. So yeah. So on top of them trying to say she's biased, which to me is kind of a moot point, right? They're also though trying to say you just doing this for the money. You'll say anything for the money, right? If prosecution cut you this check, spending these taxpayers' money, getting $600 a day. I'm sorry, $600 an hour, or $6,000 per day if you're here all day. You're a professional witness, isn't that right, Dr. Hughes? Isn't that right? And so that's what the defense is doing right now. And the defense may be hoping, I don't care if it's not, but just with one juror. If I could get one juror to be just outdone that you're getting paid that kind of money, especially out of the tax money, because you're here testifying for the government. If I could get one juror to just feel like, I don't like her, maybe that'll give us something that we could continue to leverage to try to get Diddy either off or found not guilty of at least some of these crimes. So they're trying to do that right now. So let's see. They're trying to say not only are you, they're talking about you just raise the amount of fees because to most people, if you got some kind of gig where you're getting paid $6,000 a day, yeah. I don't think it's a stretch for most people to say, well, yeah, you're going to say whatever they want you to say. They're paying you $6,000 per day or $600 per hour. So who knows? Who knows? Who knows if any of this even works with the jury? The jury might even be feeling like, can y'all just move on? Because we don't really care what these experts got to say. We want to hear what's the evidence or whatever. Who knows? Who knows what the jury is thinking right now? So we do have an update where the defense attorney says, you've been retained hundreds of times. That's a lot of money she's made. Okay. Anyway, the defense attorney said you've been retained hundreds of times, but you've never come into court and testified in defense of a man accused of a sex crime. Dr. Hughes says that's correct. I don't evaluate offenders. Now, this is interesting. This is interesting because the defense, in a roundabout way, is still trying to say, you're an expert in domestic violence, but you're only advocating for victims, or and I'm just going to say this for purposes of what I think the defense is trying to do. You're only advocating for alleged victims with your expertise, but you've never came in court to testify in defense of a man accused of a sex crime. Now, some people may hear that and say, well, yeah, why would she do that? And I guess the point the defense is trying to make, everybody who is a defendant who's been accused of this, everybody is not automatically guilty. And there could very well be some situations where the defendant is actually not guilty. And what would your expertise say about that? It's an interesting question. I don't know how the jury is looking at that. I'm not sure how they're picking that apart. They may not even pick it apart the way I just did at all. It may be resonating with them totally different. It may be a big nothing burger for them at all, what he just asked. But that's an interesting question that he asked. And it would also be interesting because the defense is calling an expert witness. I don't know at what point. Well, the defense is not at a point where they're calling witnesses yet, but they do have an expert witness because they mentioned the name earlier. It would be interesting if the defense doesn't, ask a question where their expert could just say, yes, I've been in court to testify on behalf of victims, and I've also been in court to testify on behalf of the defense of someone who's been accused. It would be interesting to see, because if they don't, the prosecutors might very well ask their expert the same question, but in reverse. Like, if you're here and somehow to testify, which they would because they're there for the defense. If you're here to testify in defense of a man accused of a sex crime, how many times have you been to court to testify on behalf of people, the victims of domestic violence? So they could very well ask that same question. So this is just interesting. I just see the gaming that's going on. How much weight it'll carry, who knows? Who knows? Okay, so anyway, Dr. Hughes said that's correct. I don't evaluate offenders. The defense said you met with the prosecutors. Oh, you met with the prosecutor 6 times to prepare your testimony, right? She said, correct. The prosecutor said, can we have a sidebar? The judge said you may. So, okay, so we're in another sidebar. We're in another sidebar. So this expert witness met with the government 6 times to prepare her testimony. Some people on jury might feel away. Might feel away about that. they might feel a way about whether or not they want to receive what she's saying, or if they are going to feel she's just up here saying what she's paid to say. So I don't know how much to take into consideration all that stuff she was saying earlier about how a victim might act, and here are some of the consequences of how a victim thinks and all of that. And they might say, well, I can't really put too much stock in what she's saying, because look at all the time she spent with the government trying to get her words together or getting her position together. If you're an expert, why do you need to meet with them so much about that? I'm just saying, these are the things someone on the jury could be thinking, or multiple people on the jury could be thinking. And as the defense always says, they only need one juror. They only need one to find that there's reasonable doubt. So yeah, that's interesting. CNN's update at this point, they're no further along than we are on the X feed, because they're like, psychologist Don confirmed that she's never testified in the defense of a man accused of a sex crime. She said, I don't evaluate offenders. I'm imagining that's how she said it in my head, since we don't have any audio, but that's how I'm imagining she said that. Okay. Let's see if we have an update from inside the courtroom at this point. Okay, we're still waiting. I'm sure. Hopefully, this sidebar won't take too long. Let's see. There's a comment here on X thread saying, "Was there no other credible expert?" I tell y'all, people don't like this expert. They do not like her, and I am definitely, excuse me, after the day's trial is over, I am definitely sometime this evening going online to look up her participation in the Johnny Depp trial to see what in the world did she do, because people are not here for her at all. Okay, what an absolute ball drop. Let's see if what other additional comments may be under there. Someone responded totally. Okay. And then it's just an ad. Yeah, after failing Heard, why would they use her? So again, it's just more of they are not in support of this expert witness at all. At all. So let's take a quick look and see if they're still on the sidebar. Look like they are. My apologies for pausing there a little bit too long, as just what happened yesterday. I'm talking to y'all, and somebody's coming in here asking me questions conveniently, because I get distracted. I say yes without thinking. Okay. All right, so let's take another look and just see if we have any update. Let me check CNN quickly. There's no update there, and we still do not have. Do we have? Nope. But we'll get into a couple of the comments. So hold on one second, you all. And y'all are gonna probably hear me talk to my daughter, because I'm not gonna put y'all on mute. I don't want y'all to leave me right now. Okay. Drive safely. Do not be on your phone where you gotta slam on brakes because you're not paying attention. Are you going anywhere else?
I think so. I think it's just over there.
Are you just going by yourself, or are you picking up Ayana or something? Okay. You don't want to just shop on this side of town or go on this side of town? Okay. Go the back way, not the interstate. All right. Make sure you're taking care of Rosie before you leave. All right. Love you, babe. All right. My apologies. I'm back. Okay. So let's see. What do we have? Are they still on this sidebar? Okay, they're back. They're back. Hey, they're back. All right. So we left off with the prosecutor. Okay, no, there's the prosecutor asking for the sidebar. So we left off with the defense attorney saying to the prosecutor's expert witness, you met with the prosecutor 6 times to prepare your testimony, right? Dr. Hughes said, correct. The prosecutor said, can we have a sidebar? The judge said, you may, and they're back. So the defense attorney now says, did you discuss the topics with the prosecutors? Dr. Hughes said, with all due respect, it was mostly me educating them. Y'all, I have to laugh at that because this lady, this expert, Dr. Hughes, she has gotten kind of a little attitude a couple of times in this questioning. And it just comes through with comments like this. So, I mean, I still think I haven't seen enough why so many people hate her from the Johnny Depp trial, but she's sprinkling in a lot of attitude. And she said one thing like, well, people treat you like crap. And I'm like, I wouldn't expect an expert witness for the prosecution, a psychologist with all of her years of experience, to like use wording like that during the trial. I just thought that was different. I just thought it was a little different. Okay. So anyway, so her response here is funny. She said, with all due respect, it was mostly me educating them. The defense said, or asked, but you know nothing about the case. Were you advising them on how to prevent evidence? Oh, or were you advising them on how to present evidence in domestic violence cases? Oh, they are tickling me. They are tickling me. Oh, y'all, and you need a little bit of laughter in a case like this. Okay? You need a little bit of laughter in a case like this. All right. So while we're waiting to get a response back from inside the courtroom, somebody said, posted this meme of gosh, why is her name escaping me right now? Well, how in the world could her name escape me? My mother still watches this judge every day. I was mostly educating them. Somebody said, okay, get to where you were going. Somebody said, oh snap, right? That's how that is Judge Judy. Yeah, Judge Judy. I don't know why it was escaping me at the moment, but Judge Judy, yes, my mother, and who is in her 80s, watches Judge Judy religiously, and I get weekly updates from her on cases. Okay, somebody else said, "Oh snap, yeah," because like I said, that answer came with a little toot on it, just a little toot. Okay. Somebody says, "I am pro Cassie all the way." And I believe a psychologist's testimony is key. She has given valuable insight that is valid, but unfortunately leaked out personal bias amid questioning more than one time. Facts. Facts. She gave out a lot of information that I thought was valuable. And she had the way she phrased some things about the behavior and how a person thinks when they're in that situation, the general information. I thought it was very helpful. I also like when somebody in the comments said, even though we're listening to this, because of this case, it's also important for us to hear because, you may have someone in your family, someone in your circle who might be going through this, and this kind of help what she was talking about this morning could help you maybe even identify some of the signs, like when it's maybe not the obvious signs, right, that a person is going through that. So I agree with that, but she did say a couple of things where I'm kind of like, you said you didn't know anything about this case. And when she said also in some of her testimony that she's not, and I'm paraphrasing here, but she's not giving an expert opinion on any particular individual. And from what I hear, there's somebody named Cassie involved with this. I'm like, girl, now you need to stop. You need to stop. Because if not, that would make me raise my brow at you. Like, now you know this is Cassie and you know this is Sean Diddy Combs in this case. And for you to get up here and act like I think there's somebody named Cassie involved in this case. Girl, stop. So yeah, yeah, I don't know what that was about. Somebody said, yep, they're railroading Diddy. Okay, there are people who feel that way. Somebody else said that's even worse. I guess that she was educating them. They're saying that's even worse. Somebody posted this meme. It's the final countdown. Okay. Okay. Someone else said this is a masterclass on cross because the witness is so bad. Someone else said, oh, Ish, Bach, the defense attorney, go to your corner. Let them do their 10 count. Chill. Chill. So apparently that person thinks that they have the government and their expert witness on the ropes. Is apparently how that person feels. Okay, so let's see if we have any update since they went on this sidebar. And we're waiting. Okay. All right, they're back, and we do have a couple of updates. So good. Okay. So the defense attorney says, did you discuss the topics with the prosecutors? Oh, that part I've already read, but nevertheless, we do have an update after this. Dr. Hughes said, with all due respect, it was mostly me educating them. The defense attorney said, but you know nothing about the case. Were you advising them on how to present evidence in domestic violence cases? The defense attorney then says, didn't you help them write briefs? Whoa. The prosecutor then says, can we have a sidebar? The judge said, yes, but I'll keep it brief, shorter than the last. Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Judge, because these sidebars started getting a little out of control. And yesterday there was one that just took way too long. The defense attorney is suggesting that the expert witness helped the government write their legal briefs. Okay, well, we'll wait until we get another update. A comment here from Lawyered Up says, side note, this is the danger of experts with the tunnel vision who feel like they have to battle the cross-examiner. She could have answered the question in a better way. Like, I haven't had the opportunity, but I won't rule it out. I am a scientist. I go where the facts lead me. Yeah, honey, she wasn't giving anything like that. She was not. Someone lawyered up again said met with the government 6 times. That does sound like a lot. I mean, I don't know how these type of things normally work, but that just sounds like a lot. Why would your expert witness, who is there to not talk specifically about the case, but just to talk about domestic violence, the effect of this domestic violence on those who are offended by it, why would she need to meet with the prosecutor 6 times? That does seem like a lot. Someone commented, taxpayers just wasted $6,000. And how much is she getting paid when she's meeting with these prosecutors? Because if her in-court fee is $600 per hour or $6,000 per day, if she's there, I guess, all day. I wonder when she meets with the prosecutors, and who is the government, is it $600 per hour still? I mean, that is a lot of money for the prosecutor perhaps not to be getting what they wanted. But from what folks are responding in the comments, they should have known that there might be some problems with this expert witness. So I don't know. Someone else said prosecution should have gotten Dr. Curry, A-list therapist who is Dr. Shannon Curry and who's her husband. Okay. I don't know who that is. All right. Somebody else commented, was there no other credible expert that could testify to trauma bonding and the reality of it. What an absolute ball drop. Wow. Somebody said, and another one, cooked. She's so cooked. People are not feeling it. Somebody else said, like, so the F what? I bet they've met with Diddy a buttload of times too. Of course they would meet with Diddy. It's not the same. Are we done or is we finished? Okay. I'm just saying that uh this is not comparable. It's a false equivalency. It just, yeah. No. Okay. Someone else said, please be done with this, doctor, already. I'm losing the will to live. Someone else commented, she went a bit off with her last response. Not all men accused are offenders by default. Many are often found innocent. Okay. Somebody said, we keep seeing the defense trying to make her look like she's biased or not, impartial, or she has financial motivation to testify a certain way. Even if she's well credentialed and respected, if the defense can make the jury believe she's saying what the prosecution wants for money, and which is what they are attempting to do, and it might be working. Someone else said, oh, she's fried. Pack it up, sweets. Good job, but pack it up. Someone said, and that's the end of her career. I don't know if that's the end of her career or not, because based off of the comments from the people during the thread today, she was really, 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 really bad during the Johnny Depp trial. And if she was that bad during the Johnny Depp trial, then how'd she get this gig? You know? Somebody else said, how many times did these 10 lawyers meet with P. Diddlers for trial? That is a false equivalency. They could meet with Diddy around the clock if they want to. I mean, that's just a false equivalency. All right, let's go. Maybe we have an update. Hopefully that sidebar is over by now. And let's see if we have anything. Not yet. And the judge said he wanted this sidebar to be shorter. So I'm going to flip over to CNN for us quickly and see if there's any other update. Let's see. Defense attorneys and prosecutors have been having a couple lengthy sidebars over defense attorney's cross-examination of psychologist Don Hughes. The defense asked her about her 6 meetings she had with the prosecutors concerning her testimony, some of which have been since the trial started. Ooh. Dr. Hughes has maintained that prosecutors have not discussed specifics of the case with her. Now, if I were on the jury, I wouldn't believe that. I just don't believe you're meeting with an expert witness 6 times and even sometimes during the trial for what? She is the expert, right? She is the expert in domestic violence and what it can do to a person and all of that. She should be able to just get up there and talk about that. But it sounds like she was kind of like, we need you. That's how I'm feeling about it. If I were on the jury, I would think they met with her because they needed to make sure she said certain things or brought up maybe certain pieces of expert information to more so support what they're trying to present, and probably also to more so support what they're anticipating will be a part of their closing statement. That's what I would be thinking if I were on the jury. That's just what I would be thinking. Now, would it make me dismiss all the other information she gave earlier today that I thought was helpful? No. But I'm just saying that's what I would be thinking. And considering we're on day 8 of 8-week trial, who knows what impact, what might even seem like this is much ado about nothing now, depending on what we see along the way, may end up having more impact than what maybe some folks think. It just depends on how everything shakes out. So, everything means something. right? Isn't that what Kendrick Lamar always says? Everything means something. But I'm just sharing how I would feel if I were a juror in hearing this. If you all like would feel differently or have a different opinion, I'd love to see, like, drop a comment. Let me know what are you thinking, or maybe you are like they are tripping right now. Um, I don't see anything wrong with how the prosecution is trying to protect their expert witness. Maybe that's how you all are feeling, and hey, all opinions are welcome, because we're all trying to figure out as we watch this thing day by day, even individually, like where are we landing with it. So we're not going to be fully aligned, and no one should even expect that. So I'm open to hearing excuse me, what your opinion might be on some of this stuff we're seeing, right? Let's see if we are back. All right. All right, we are back. We have one update. Okay, so we left off, like we all know, with the sidebar. The judge said sorry that it wasn't shorter. Thank you, Judge, because it sure wasn't. I was hoping it would be shorter. Okay, and I think clearly you were too. The prosecutor says, you reviewed some filings to the court in this case. Are we back with the prosecutor? Okay, oh, is the defense done? Okay, so when we left, though, the defense was asking questions. And now the AUSA, that's the prosecutor, the government side. Okay, so I'm just going to go with what they have here. And when I flip back to the CNN side, there's no update on the CNN side yet, but I'll check and see if they maybe tell us a little bit more about what happened. Excuse me. Okay, so the prosecutor is saying you reviewed some filings to the court in this case. It was all related to the subject of your expert testimony, right? Dr. Hughes said, correct. Prosecutor, in fact, we redacted. Dr. Hughes said, you did. Okay. I need more context. It feels like we're missing some information right there. And so once CNN gives their update for what just transpired, I'll make sure to hop over and share that with y'all. Okay, so someone in the comments said, really disappointed in the government. They could have picked someone better instead of her. I give the point to the defense because I don't like the government's choice. Okay. Uses meme all bull-ish. Okay. Someone else commented, she was fairly composed until defense questioned her credentials. This is true. She started getting a little like, wait a minute, what you say to me? What you say to me? That's how she started her I tell you, her responses had attitude. And if I can sense the attitude, like other people are sensing the attitude just from simply what we are reading, I can't even imagine what she was looking like in that courtroom. Okay, let me hop over right quick to CNN because they do have an update, and let me see if it gives us any more insight. Okay, defense attorney has finished. Okay, that's why. So he ended his cross. Okay, so the defense attorney finished cross-examining Dr. Hughes. The assistant attorney for the government is back up for redirect. On redirect, defense attorney confirmed with Dr. Hughes that the psychologist only evaluated court filings related to her testimony, and any filings she reviewed were redacted so that she couldn't read any facts of the case. If you believe that to be true, that will be up to the jury. Right. I think I would, like this other person said, I definitely give the point to the defense, because I think the defense, and I was not expecting this. I really wasn't expecting this with the expert witness for the defense to really get any points because I thought, the lady would get up there, a psychologist, and she would talk about domestic violence and the impact on women and how they think and the different syndromes associated with it and so on. And she did that, but then she did a lot of other stuff. And I just was not anticipating that the defense would win a point today on being able to cast some doubt on the motivation and the intention of the expert. And I think they kind of did that. Now, whether or not it worked with the whole jury is another question. But like I said, you don't need to impact the whole jury. You just need to impact one. And I really feel like they did that, and I was not anticipating that at all. All right, let's see if we have any other update here. Okay, so we're still on the part where she said they redacted. All right, we're waiting for another update, and I know they end. Let's see what time it is. Okay, it's 2:28. I think they end around 3 o'clock, if not 3:30. So someone said, Lawyered Up has a comment where he said, or she said, notice the leading question by the prosecutor to the government's expert about their court filings. Let her talk about what she reviewed without suggesting the answer. He did suggest the answer, and that is why I'm saying if I was on the jury and the prosecutor just framed that question that way, it wouldn't make me say, "Oh, okay, we're good. Y'all didn't coach her up." I wouldn't. I don't think he cleaned up. I don't think on redirect that he cleaned up what the defense was able to do with their expert witness. I do not think he managed to do that at all. So let's see if we have another update. We left off with the expert witness saying that what she reviewed was redacted and it didn't show her any kind of relevant information to the case. And to be more exact, the prosecutor said to the expert witness, their expert witness, you reviewed some things to the court. You reviewed some filings to the court in this case. It was all related to the subject of your expert testimony, right? Dr. Hughes said, correct. In fact, we redacted it. And she said, you did. Okay. And when I read that, I thought, well, if the jury believes that, and I do agree with the person who left the comment about, okay, now you framed that question where you kind of, you're saying too much in your question, which still feels like leading. Okay. So I don't know what the jury will make of that. But again, that's an unexpected point in the win column for the defense that I did not see coming. I did not see that coming at all. All right. Let's see if we have any other update at this point. Nope. We are still waiting. Let's see if we have any other comments. Just read that one where the person said they're just really disappointed in the government for selecting this expert witness. This expert witness is not liked at all. At all. That is so wild to see so many people just not like this lady. Okay, I'm trying to get back to, here we go. Trying to get back just to see if we have any update. And we don't. So while we're waiting on another update from inside the court, I'll tell you what, I think I am going to look up this expert witness's testimony during the Johnny Depp trial that made everybody just not care for her because, yeah. Let me see. And hopefully I can find a brief excerpt that will kind of give us a sense of what was there. Was that tape? I thought that tape was. I mean, I thought that case was televised. I definitely don't want her full. I just wanted highlights. Let me see if I can find something with highlights. Because we definitely don't need to see any extended version at all. Let's see. Mm, I don't know. I see a video, but it is still maybe a bit too long. Let's see. I have a video with her testimony, but let me hop back to where you all are. Is it just audio? I guess it's just audio, but I thought for sure I thought the Johnny Depp trial was televised. Was it not? Was it not? Okay, so anyway, let me check quickly and see if we have any update from inside the courtroom. Okay, apparently we are still waiting. CNN has not provided any further update at this point, and we still do not have an update quite yet to the thread on X. So let's take a listen. And I think this is just audio. So let's take a listen to this expert witness that everybody seems to really hate because of how she performed during the Johnny Depp trial, and see if we can get a sense of why these people hate this expert witness so much and can't believe that the government in Diddy's trial selected her to be an expert witness. So let's see. Again, I think this is just audio.
Amber Heard's word for it. There's no interaction with Johnny Depp at all. How can you assess a relationship when you're only speaking with one party? So this is just a quick highlight. This was the opening statements and questions from Johnny Depp's side. They really do obliterate Miss Hughes. She's quite smart in terms of the way she's replying to it by saying, well, I was just taking it with respect to the relationship at hand. But actually, Dr. Hughes, those weren't the questions you were answered. You were asking very broad questions. You chose to do that. You chose to mention women as victims more so. Well, actually, you didn't mention men being victims at all.
Oh, now that sounds familiar. That's kind of the angle that the prosecution was taking with her.
So it's very cold, calculated. But
I'm sorry, that's the angle that the defense attorney was taking with the same expert who testified during the Johnny Depp trial. And we're just listening now to a recording from that trial to see if we can understand a little bit more why people do not like this expert at all.
But I do appreciate Johnny Depp's team coming out and absolutely slam dunking on Amber Heard. So enjoy this quick highlight from today.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Hughes. I'm Wayne Dennison. We haven't met before.
No, good morning.
Good morning. You testified yesterday that you have to give careful attention to gendered stereotypes. Correct?
That is correct.
When you're talking about intimate partner violence, you have to pay attention to gendered stereotypes. And during your testimony, you in fact paid attention to gendered stereotypes, correct?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Well, you said we were going to have to pay attention to gendered stereotypes, and then you testified at length where you referenced both men and women. You paid attention to those stereotypes during the course of your testimony, correct?
What I was saying was you have to pay attention to gendered stereotypes when you're conducting these evaluations. You can't assume all the time that the male is the perpetrator and the female is the victim. You have to go into the evaluation understanding that the male also could be the victim of intimate partner violence.
In fact, you're aware that there are large-scale studies that do say that IPV towards males does exist.
Of course.
Okay. And every time you referred to the characteristic of a victim of intimate partner violence yesterday, you used the pronouns she or her, didn't you?
Okay, I kind of think I see where this is going. So I wanted to get like a little visibility into this expert witness that is also being used for the government in the Diddy trial. And on the X thread that we're following, all the comments, well, correction, the overwhelming majority of the comments about this expert witness are negative, extremely negative. And people are saying they cannot believe that the government dropped the ball and got this expert witness who was a huge fail during the Johnny Depp trial. So that's why we pulled up a little video here just to see exactly what happened. What happened, because the defense, in my opinion, won a point today in their cross of the government's expert witness, and that wasn't something I was anticipating. So we were just taking a little listen just to see how did she do in the Johnny Depp trial. So yeah, that's interesting, and I'll probably go back after court is over and maybe look at the whole thing, maybe. But I want to get us back to the Diddy trial and make sure we can stay up to speed with what's happening there on the X feed, because perhaps we have some updates at this point. Let's see. Okay, so we read this part about the redaction. Okay, here we go. So we can pick up where we left off here. Okay, it was all related. Okay, this is where we left off, where the prosecutor, because the defense now is through crossing the expert witness for the prosecutor, or the prosecution. I keep switching up those words. Okay, but anyway, the prosecutor says, you reviewed some filings to the court in this case. It was all related to the subject of your expert testimony, right? She said, correct. The prosecutor said, in fact, we redacted it. She said, you did. The prosecutor asked, you are a board certified forensic psychologist, right? She said, yes. The prosecutor said, how many of those are there in New York State? She said, I think about 40. Recross. Okay. Defense is back up. And I don't, maybe the prosecution won't do a redirect after this, because I'm kind of ready for this witness to go. Okay. So to recross, the defense asks Dr. Hughes, your defense work is almost entirely for victims of domestic violence, right? Dr. Hughes said, I'm not sure that's true. The defense said, you worked with Mr. Brian Steele, who was defending a woman charged with reacting to domestic violence, right? She said, yes. Okay. Where are we going with this questioning? Where are we going with this questioning? So let's see if we quickly get an update. Y'all, I hope they do not take too long giving us an update, because we really need this expert witness, Dr. Hughes, to be done. She's been on the stand long enough. She has gotten a little bit shredded here at the end by the defense. I'm sure the prosecution was not expecting that, especially with her getting paid $600 an hour and $6,000 per day. I'm sure they were not expecting her to get shredded after they met with her 6 times, the government, that is. So they're probably ready for her to get off the stand too. Now, I'm really ready for her to get off the stand. I'm like, next witness. Can I be the judge? Next witness. We've heard enough from this expert witness. She up here on this stand trying to get an attitude of stuff. Can we move on? Can we move on? Okay, let me check and see if we've gotten any update. Okay, yeah. Oh, that didn't take too long. Yay. So let's say you work with Mr. Brian Steele. We all know him from the YSL trial, who was defending a woman charged with reacting to domestic violence, right? She said yes. Defense attorney. And Mr. Steele decided not to use you after meeting with you. The judge said, move on. The defense attorney said, no further questions. Okay, next witness. Y'all, that was a mess. I need to figure out how to chop up smaller videos for my channel, because this was unexpected today, that there would be so much around this expert witness for the prosecution. It was just like, lady, all you supposed to do is get up here as an expert. You say there's only 40 people in the state of New York who are licensed the way you're licensed to do the things you do. All you had to do is get up in here and say you're an expert in domestic violence. This is what I need people to understand. They're going to ask you questions. You're going to explain from your level of education and expertise the things we need to understand about domestic violence and symptoms and syndromes and all the things connected with it, and move on. You ain't got to be on the stand trying to get like kind of a little rowdy with nobody. I mean, come on, get off. So this lady's testimony today actually gave a win, or a point. Let me put it that way, a point to the defense. And that was unexpected. But she's done now. Yay. Thank God. Okay, next witness. The next witness is George Kaplan, y'all. Let me see. Okay, 244. He's not going to be on stand that long today. They're going to have to end up picking him up tomorrow because they normally close right now either at 3:30. George Kaplan is an ex-employee of Diddy who was not going to testify, came into court earlier before he was scheduled to testify, and advised the judge that he will be taking the Fifth Amendment in order not to incriminate himself. So there was an immunity order that was provided and that he signed so that he would be willing to testify. And supposedly he witnessed some things to go down. And I want to say that he quit his job because of maybe some of the things he witnessed. So we're going to get into that next. That's who's up next. And let me see. CNN has any update. All right, no. So we are waiting on Mr. Kaplan to take the stand. And let's see if we have any update. Okay, we do have one. All right, prosecutor. When did you work with Mr. Combs Enterprises? He said from 2013 to 2015. Prosecutor. What fell under that holding company? Mr. Kaplan says clothing, liquor, entertainment. I was executive assistant to the chief operating officer. Prosecutor. Where did you work? Kaplan said 1710 Broadway, New York City. Okay. So we're waiting. Somebody said Diddy had a chief operating officer like a corporation. Okay. All right. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. She has side eyes. I don't know. So Diddy's organization, the legitimate one, was huge. So of course he had those roles. Now maybe she's trying to be a little sarcastic here and link it back to the criminal corporation. But from what we know, for the legitimate side of his world was definitely big enough for him to have a chief operating officer for sure. All right. So let's see if we have an update. I don't think we have one on the Twitter feed, but we do have one from CNN. Okay. CNN says George Kaplan, a former executive assistant to Sean Diddy Combs, is now taking the stand. He is the 12th witness called by the prosecution. Kaplan had received a subpoena requiring him to testify. Earlier today, he invoked his Fifth Amendment right, that's what I was telling y'all about, to not testify on the grounds of potential self-incrimination. But Judge Arun Subramanian indicated he was going to sign an immunity order that would require Kaplan to testify. And we're here now. Okay? This is where we are, and Mr. Kaplan is on the stand. So just keep in mind, he was coming in like I plead the fifth. So I'm assuming that means he has something to tell us. Okay? So we'll see. We'll see. All right. So we left off. We do have an update. We left off with the prosecutor said, "Where did you work?" He said 1710 Broadway, New York City. Prosecutor, what was your next position? Mr. Kaplan, executive assistant to the chairman, Mr. Combs, from September 2014 to September 2015. Prosecutor, who did you report to? Mr. Kaplan. He reported to Ms. Coram, also known as KK. She essentially ran Mr. Combs's life. KK. You know, I've been calling her the equivalent to that lady who was working with Epstein, who's in prison right now. Okay. Prosecutor, where did you report? Mr. Kaplan, LA. Okay. Come on. Prosecutor said, what did you do? Mr. Kaplan, I carried his bags, made such things were when he wanted them. As he trusted me more, he had me around more. I'd set up hotel rooms. Okay, so he is sounding a little bit like what the other assistant, David James, testified to yesterday about. At the end of the day, their job was really about taking care of Diddy, all his needs, etc. Prosecutor, how many hours a week? Mr. Kaplan, 80 to 100 hours a week. Wow. Okay, so we're waiting now for the next response. Somebody in the comments said, how much did you get paid? That's an interesting question. How much did you get paid? You know, wouldn't it be something if we found out that these assistants that's working these crazy 80 to 100 hours a week, they weren't really getting paid that much because Diddy might have been positioning as this is the opportunity of a lifetime. You got to think long term. Don't think about what you're getting paid short term. Sure, I might be like paying you crumbs, but you're working for Diddy. Do you know how you're going to be able to use that in your future in order to get bigger gigs and all that? So don't know if that is the case. But I would love to know how much these assistants were getting paid. I would love to know how much they were getting paid. I just don't see Diddy doing right by people as far as their pay, especially 80 to 100 hours a week, and you're an assistant. I just don't see Diddy doing the right thing. But you know, maybe I'm wrong. So let's see if we have another update. Okay, yes, they're telling us. Okay, the prosecutor asked, how much did you get paid? Mr. Kaplan said $125,000 a year to start. Now that's not bad. Okay. I'm only thinking about it like he is in New York. No, he said he was in LA. So $125,000 a year in LA. And if that's salary, so he's not getting paid for overtime. Y'all, I don't know if that's really that good. $125,000 a year. You're living in LA. You're working 80 to 100 hours a week. I'm assuming he might be salaried. So that means you're not getting paid overtime. So if Diddy wasn't coming through with like huge bonuses, that's not a lot of money for those amount of hours and living in LA. Now, 125,000 if you were living in some place in South Carolina or something like that, that might do you pretty good. But $125,000 a year in LA and you're working 80 to 100 hours a week, and I'm assuming that this salary was probably salaried, so you're not getting paid for overtime. Okay, prosecutor, what did you do in the morning? Mr. Kaplan, make sure everything was in the bathroom. The breakfast cooked. He was recording a mixtape, so we worked late. Okay. All right, so we're now waiting for an update. I'm curious to see, pardon me, what people think in the comments about this salary. Somebody said, okay, that's a good salary for an assistant. That's all right. I don't think it is. I don't think it is. Hold on. You can see some of the other comments here. Okay. About somebody said slave wages. Yeah. Somebody else said that 125,000 came with hefty demands. All money ain't good money. And I'm gonna tell you again, $125,000 a year is this person was probably salaried, so he's not getting overtime. He's working 80 to 100 hours per week, and he lives in Los Angeles. This dude might have been barely getting by with the cost of living in LA. Not to mention, if you're working 80 to 100 hours on a consistent basis, $125,000 is not enough. To me, it would not be enough if I wasn't living in LA, but definitely not enough. I'm living in LA, and you got me working 80 to 100 hours a week and $125,000, and that is before taxes. That six figures is not what it looks like under those circumstances. Somebody else said money, money, money. Somebody else thinks it's a lot of money. Somebody else said corroborating what David testified about work hours in the labor. Yes. Somebody else said 125,000 is peanuts for New York City. Trust me. Even way back then, it's like 50,000 in a smaller city. I'm telling you, that is not all that in LA. Okay. It just isn't. Somebody else said he just need counseling and to get a drug rehabilitation center. Okay. Diddy might need an exorcism. He might need an exorcism. Okay. Let's see. All right. We do have an update. Again, they asked Mr. Kaplan, what did you do in the morning? He said, make sure everything was in the bathroom. The breakfast cooked. He was recording a mixtape, so we worked late. Prosecutor, who was security? Here go the familiar names. Uncle Polly, D-Rock, and Ruben. Now, Ruben is a new name for me, I think. The name I'm used to seeing all the time is Bond. I think his name is Roger Bond. Later licensed security in the second half of 2015. Okay. Prosecutor says, how frequently did you communicate with Mr. Combs? Mr. Kaplan, multiple times a day. Things could be found in the back, an iPad, drugs, whatever. Okay, so there seems to be some consistency between what this assistant is describing as his job duties and what David James, the assistant who testified yesterday, was reporting on his job duties. There seems to definitely be some similarities. When he says things could be found in the back, an iPad, drugs, whatever. Wow. That part may not be unusual for a lot of assistants working for high profile people, especially in the entertainment industry. That part might not be that unusual, actually. So let me see. CNN has a couple of updates. Let's see if they provide any additional context. Okay. George Kaplan started at Combs's Enterprise in 2013 as an executive assistant to the chief operating officer. About 10 months later, he was promoted to Diddy's executive assistant. He reported to KK, former chief of staff, who he said essentially ran Diddy's life. CNN also updated that Diddy hired a licensed security group in the second half of 2015. His former executive assistant, George Kaplan, testified. The group was more professional and more polished than Combs's former longtime security guards and seemed to have a lot of real time training, Kaplan said. Yeah, because well, that might even be a story in itself because throughout all of the testimony we've heard, it was D Rock, Roger Bond, Uncle Paulie was mentioned. I don't recall Ruben being mentioned before, but maybe he was. But those names were just all over the place. I mean, and had been with him throughout time and witnessed a lot of stuff. Witnessed a lot of stuff. The Bond guy, Cassie said she tried to get away and he actually brought her back to a situation. So it's interesting that Diddy switched over to more professional security. So I wonder what kind of situation was that? Was that well, I don't know. That might have been messy. Because he had been with those other men for some time. Okay, let's see if we have any update at this time. Okay, yes, we do. Okay, so we left off with the prosecutor asking, how frequently did you communicate with Mr. Combs? Mr. Kaplan said multiple times a day. Things could be found in the back, an iPad, drugs, whatever. Prosecutor, did he threaten you? Did he threaten you? Must have been, did he threaten you? Mr. Kaplan said he threatened my job. The prosecutor said, how often? Mr. Kaplan said, maybe monthly. He said he was only to be surrounded by the best people and that he wasn't. For example, he sent me for 1 liter water and I bought back 2 half liters and he said no. Why is this making me feel like this some of that go walk across the bridge and get me some cheesecake kind of stuff? The prosecutor asked, how did you travel? Mr. Kaplan said, on his jet or going in advance to make sure it's all set up. The prosecutor, how did you set up hotel rooms? Mr. Kaplan, there was a bag. I unpacked it. Clothes, candles, Astroglide, baby oil. Wow. Prosecutor, who bought this? Mr. Kaplan, often me. Mm, 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 mm. Prosecutor, in what cities did you set up hotel rooms? Mr. Kaplan, LA, New York, and Miami. In LA, Mr. C, Bel Air, the Intercontinental, and then the prosecutor said in New York, Trump by Columbia Circle, in Miami, the SLS. Prosecutor, how was it booked? Mr. Kaplan, Frank Black, based on Biggie's Frank White. Okay, so Frank Black, as we've known from prior testimony, was an alias that Diddy often used. All right, so this person, Mr. Kaplan, he is definitely giving testimony that is very consistent with what the other assistant to Diddy mentioned, as far as what the expectations were of the job. So interesting. Again, while we're waiting, and let me pop over to CNN because they have an update. Let's see if they have more context. They said George Kaplan, a former assistant to Diddy, communicated with Combs daily, exchanging texts, calls, and emails multiple times a day about things he needed, which could include clothing or potentially food from somewhere, or drugs or liquor or an iPad or a speaker. Okay. So just a little bit more context there from the CNN side. So yeah, so keep in mind, this assistant who's testifying right now, when he came in this morning in the courtroom, his intention was to plead the fifth. because he was not going to say anything that could incriminate himself. And the judge then put in an immunity order, and that is why he's now testifying and not pleading the fifth. Okay, so that is who is currently on the stand right now. And if I thought I read somewhere this morning that he actually quit his job at a certain point with Diddy. So I don't know. I guess they'll get to that if that's the case. Okay. Prosecutor asked, "Would you clean up rooms?" Mr. Kaplan said yes. Bottles of baby oil, Gatorade, once brown crystallized powder on the counter of the bathroom sink. Prosecutor, why did you clean up, not the hotel staff? Mr. Kaplan, excuse me, it was implied, protect his public image. I was keen on doing that. Yeah, you probably can't have, or it's probably not ideal to have the housekeeping staff come and clean up, drugs and other things that you leave behind in the hotel room. Probably not ideal. Yeah, probably not ideal. So Mr. Kaplan saying that was part of his job. It was implied. Okay, so he said it was implied. So I don't know. I guess KK didn't tell him, or Diddy didn't have to tell him. Maybe he just knew that was a part of the gig, that you had to protect his public image. So I guess once Diddy and whomever else he had with him in these rooms while they were doing the things they did, that Mr. Kaplan would come to these rooms after, I'm assuming, after they were gone, and get things cleaned up. That probably was not, I don't even want to think about all the things he probably saw. Okay, so while we're waiting, let's flip over to CNN, say have an update. Okay. Combs's ex-assistant George Kaplan testified that his former boss threatened his job almost monthly. Combs would remark that he wanted to be surrounded by the best. Okay, that was in the X feed. Those around him at the time were not performing at that level, Kaplan recalled. Sometimes Combs was angry and other times motivational when he said it, Kaplan said. During Kaplan's first week of working for Combs, he assigned Kaplan to find a 1-gallon BPA-free water bottle at Whole Foods. The store didn't have it, so he brought back 2 half-gallon bottles instead. Combs angrily told Kaplan he did not bring him what he asked for. Quote, "He was very close to my face," Kaplan said. Diddy ass crazy, y'all. Sorry, had to take a little bit of my coffee. I've been at this for a little over 4 hours, almost 5 hours. Got to get a little bit of coffee. Diddy's ass is crazy, is what I said. He is crazy. Okay? He's crazy. In addition to all the other things he is, which all of it is crazy, weird, evil. Somebody said he needs a therapist, and what else they said he needs? A therapist or something. I said, no, this dude needs an exorcism. Okay. All up in this man's face. I bet they didn't say his age, I don't think, when he took this job. But I get the excuse me, I get the impression that a lot of his interns were younger people, or a lot of his assistants were younger people. That's the impression I'm getting. Which I could see younger assistants being more susceptible to this whole thing. Excuse me. I could definitely see that. I could definitely see younger people as assistants also being willing to maybe put up with a bit more because, they're early in career. They're probably trying to definitely pay their dues, if you will. They're probably trying to, this is an important, employer, and they're probably thinking about what it can do for their career to even say that they had a successful run with this person and that type of thing. So I definitely see younger, earlier in career assistants being probably the type of people Diddy would even want and his chief operating officer, KK, would even want to put around Diddy because they would be a little bit more susceptible to all of this foolishness that Diddy has going on. Okay. Let's see where we landed. All right. So we ended last where the prosecutor said, "Why did you clean up not the hotel staff?" Mr. Kaplan said it was implied to protect his public image. I was keen on doing that. Prosecutor said, "Explain." The defense attorney objected. The judge overruled. Mr. Kaplan said, "I found hotels would sell photos to newspapers to shame guests." Prosecutor, did he reach out to you from the room? Mr. Kaplan said, "For food, clothes, sometimes drugs, I did it." Prosecutor, what drugs? Mr. Kaplan said, "Dop kit." Okay, I'm not sure what that means. Prosecutor said, "Illegal drugs." The defense objected to the term illegal. Prosecutor said, "What other drugs?" Mr. Kaplan said, "Advil, ketamine." Prosecutor, what he asked for? Mr. Kaplan said, "I picked up drugs for him, MDMA." Prosecutor, who asked? Mr. Kaplan said, "Mr. Combs in LA and Miami." Okay. Mr. Combs asked. Who asked? In LA and Miami. Okay. But I'm assuming at this point he is traveling with Diddy to LA, to Miami. Well, he's already in LA, but traveling to Miami. Okay. So I won't get ahead of myself. I'm trying to, at this point, get the going across different states. It's very different if you're in the state and you're buying the thing or stuff in the state. So that's not cross the states. I'm trying to help the government get to connect to some of these dots, but that's not helpful. So let me just continue on. Okay. Mr. Kaplan said, "In Miami, Mr. Combs asked me to call a person. He came and gave me a bag of pills, MDMA. I gave him cash. I gave the pills to Mr. Combs." Prosecutor, and in LA, I went out and met the person in Hollywood. I gave the money. He gave me a bag. Y'all remember when all of this was going down with Diddy? You remember the young white man who was with Diddy? So I think he had something. People were saying at the time he was accountable for getting drugs or something like that. I wonder if that guy was one of these assistants also, or was he? Who was he? Because it seems like he might have been a person too who was fulfilling one of these roles, and that's a person I know we're going to see at some point during this trial as well. Because he didn't stay in jail long when they arrested him, and he was the only one they arrested who was with Diddy that day, and he didn't stay in jail long. So, we're going to see him. Okay. All right, so Mr. Kaplan is testifying to, how Diddy would get his drugs when he was in Miami. He had a person that he called. He came and gave him the bag of pills, and he gave him the cash. And when it was in LA, Mr. Kaplan said he went out and met the person in Hollywood. He said he gave the person the money, and the person gave him the drugs. Okay, and the judge says we'll break for the day, but let's hop over to what, and let's see, when did they end? 3:11. Okay, so they are trying to end around 3:00. Okay, hold on. Let's see what updates we have from CNN. Okay, excuse me. I'm going to read both of these updates because normally CNN adds a little bit more context. So the George Kaplan, the former assistant to Combs, traveled to various destinations with Combs, including New York, Miami, Atlanta, DC, and Orlando. He would either fly on Combs's private jet with him or fly in advance excuse me, on a commercial flight to ensure that Combs's lodgings were set up properly. Kaplan testified that the first time he was told to set up a hotel room for Combs, he was given a bag and told to unpack it. The bag had clothes, a speaker, candles, liquor, baby oil, and Astroglide in it, he said. After that first time, he said he would often buy the same supplies with his corporate credit card. He said Combs, or KK, Combs' former chief of staff, would usually instruct him to set up a hotel room. And it's funny how everybody learned quickly what that meant, right? Including his ex-chief of staff. Kaplan also continues to talk about his role in setting up Diddy's hotel rooms. The rooms usually were reserved under the name Frank Black, which was a reference to the late rapper and Bad Boy Records artist Notorious Big, whose nickname was Frank White. Kaplan's understanding was that Combs would have guests or a female partner join him in the hotel room. After Combs would leave a hotel room, Kaplan would enter and pack up Combs's belongings and tidy the place up. Kaplan said he came to understand part of his role was protecting Combs's image. Protecting him and protecting his public image was very important, and that was something I was very keen on doing. Typically, there'd be Gatorade bottles, liquor bottles, and baby oil strewn around the hotel room after Combs left, Kaplan said. On one occasion, he cleaned up a brown crystallized powder off a countertop. Kaplan also testified. Kaplan didn't know what it was, but cleaned it up just in case, he said. Okay. George Kaplan also testified that he recounted 2 times. We read this in the X feed. 2 times he said he picked up drugs on Combs's behalf, once in Miami and once in LA. He said both times Combs gave Kaplan cash and a number to call, and then Kaplan arranged to pick up the drugs. One time he picked up MDMA, and the other time he didn't know what substance it was, he testified. The jury was dismissed for the day. Former assistant will continue to provide testimony Thursday morning. So the jury was dismissed. The assistant attorney said he was about 30 minutes of questioning left for Mr. Kaplan. Wow, 30 minutes. Excuse me. I don't know why I'm all of a sudden getting a little choked up near the end of today's live. So let's see. There might be some more going on now that let's see if the jury is out of the courtroom. Judge, we will break for the day. Hold on. So I'm assuming the jury's out. All right. So here is the defense attorney saying, the proffered email chain is about Gina, and Gina is out of the case. She's not coming. The prosecutor said she's in the indictment. The defense attorney said they could get her here, and they're choosing not to. I'll submit a letter by 10 p.m. in the docket. From what I understand, Gina was the witness that people were saying could not be found, and she did not want to testify. If you remember, Gina is also the person that Cassie is supposedly, or was supposedly, very jealous of, in addition to Kim Porter. Okay, I'm not really sure what this is telling us. Do you see anything in here about Gina? I don't. Okay. All right, so the proffered email chain is about Gina, and Gina is out of the case. She's not coming. That's what the defense said. And the prosecutor said she's in the indictment. And defense said they could get her here and they're choosing not to. I'll submit a letter by 10 p.m. I'm not really telling you, I'm not really understanding that, because I thought Gina would be, why would the defense say the prosecution could get her there, but they're choosing not to? I would think it would be to their advantage for Gina not to be there. I must be missing something on that. Okay. Prosecutor tomorrow is Kid Cudi. So we look forward to seeing Kid Cudi tomorrow, and also continuing testimony from Mr. Kaplan. All right. So that is the end of trial day 8. Thank you all for stopping by during the live. If you're rewatching this, thank you for the view. I certainly appreciate it. If you all would please like the live, like the video if you're rewatching. Don't be afraid to drop a comment. 5 hours is a long time to be doing a live. So, I know I'm just starting out, but a comment here or there will be helpful. So I'm just not in here just talking. So, but I do appreciate you just being here. And if you're not a subscriber, I would appreciate it if you would consider subscribing. I will be back here tomorrow for what's going on tomorrow as we continue with this witness and we hear from Kid Cudi. Friday, I don't know. I may end up catching up Friday at some other point in time because I have to take care of some family business that might take me away from being able to do anything on a live stream on Friday. So, but I'll definitely be here tomorrow for day 9. So again, thank you all so much. I appreciate your support. And until the next time, bye y'all.